Okay, I would indicate that today is a very unusual meeting in that the weather has caused us to do some different things with our meeting today, so I want to indicate that. Number one, Commissioner Rice lives at Lake Tahoe, and he's under about 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet of snow. And so he'll be joining us via Zoom because of the weather also, and the severe weather conditions and the concerns of our residents being able to visit with us in person. We have provided a Zoom option today. That's very unusual for us. We did it during COVID, but we're going to do that today to allow the public to provide comment to us on agenda items that are for action and opening and closing public comment. We'll still stay with the same guidelines. You have 3 minutes. If you're online and joining us today, you're in our wait room, and you'll need to raise your hand, I believe, for our Rachel to allow you in. You'll still be, once again, restricted to 3 minutes, but with your inability necessarily to hear the signals, we will be muting you at the end of 3 minutes when that red light goes off. So, and then of course our members here of the public will have the same restriction, but we won't be muting you electronically. Okay, so I appreciate all of you weathering the weather and the storm, but certainly, as I'm sure everybody here will agree, we certainly, maybe we're being joined by the aliens on Mars, I don't know. Anyways, where was I before I got interrupted by those aliens? I don't either. Anyways. Okay, so Wes, do you have audio? Wes, I want to check.
Yes, got you now.
Oh, you do have now. Okay, very good. Thank you for joining us today. What I also wanted to indicate is I don't know how long this agenda is going to take, but it looks to be a fairly short agenda in nature, and so we're gonna avoid taking a 1 hour lunch and power through this so that we and the public can get back to the safety of their homes or wherever else they want to go. So with that, we'll hopefully there's no questions in that regard, and at this time we'll go into opening public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the chairperson. We use timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You'll see a green light when you begin, and then a yellow light which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. So if you plan on speaking on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, we ask you to wait until that time to provide your public comment, unless you need to get back to work or some other thing, and then you can do it during this opening public comment. We don't have any liquor board items on, so we don't have to worry about that today. But otherwise, so at this time, public comment is available, and we ask you to please sign in. When you state your name, then we'll begin your 3 minutes. Thank you. Ms. Waller.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. I attend countless meetings, fundraisers, etc. With recent and past events that I have attended, county meetings, other related events, we should be advocating for civility, which means listening without interrupting, respecting diverse opinions, managing conflict constructively, taking responsibility for mistakes, and showing consideration for others' feelings and boundaries, even when disagreeing. It's about demonstrating respect, fairness, and dignity in all interactions, from simply daily courtesies to handling difficult conversations. Uncivil behaviors are characteristically rude and discourteous, displaying a lack and total disregard for others. Total disrespect and lack of decorum must cease and desist soon at these events. From the norms and procedures, I preface the information as being necessary for all elected and appointed officials. Role of a commissioner, conduct. Commissioners shall treat everyone with courtesy and respect. Inappropriate behavior is derogatory and damages the perception of the county. While the board is in session, the commissioners and county staff shall preserve strict order and decorum. No commissioner shall delay or interrupt the proceedings of the board or interrupt any staff member or member of the public while they are speaking. The chair is responsible for ensuring every person has an opportunity. We go down into number 7. Commissioners shall not debate issues with members of the public during public periods. Number 8, commissioners will listen courteously and attentively to all public comments before the board and information is presented. The current norms, Resolution 2023-R, states the commissioners review and revise the board norms and procedures as needed every 2 years. Clearly, it is necessary due to the rising number of issues to review and revise and include planning commission, etc., not just the board of commissioners, to be engaged and adopt a more ironclad policy. And in closing, it is my understanding that there is no reason to exclude job titles or names when reading a public document into the record. Thank you.
Jim Jackson. Last week I attended the meeting where they were planning the Performing Arts Cultural Center, and it had been renamed to the Performing Arts Cultural Community Center. Well, that tells me it's on the path to stick to community, us, with the bill. The other thing that came out of the meeting is that they kept referencing what the art community's portion of this was. They were the managing partner, again, the key word, partner, with the county. Everything that came out of that, everything that I had seen, said at some point the county is going to get stuck with the bill. Now, I've been told that there will be no money coming from the county from the general fund. That's fine, but there's a lot of money in other funds that could be funneled into this. I'm waiting to see how they maneuver that so that they can get the money to build their Performing Arts Center and not have to pay for it themselves. The other thing is that I've been told that it has to be self-sufficient. With the plans that I saw and the people that I talked to, it will never be self-sufficient. There is not that many people in this area to support an endeavor of this size. So unless they get a lot of donations from some very rich individuals, the Performing Arts Cultural Community Center will be on the burden of the county to maintain. I don't know if you can do anything about it yet, but be aware of it. That's where it's headed. And you can say that there's not going to be any tax money, but any money that comes from the public in any shape, form, is tax money, whether it be in some specific form here or over here or here. It is still tax money, and that will be the burden of the taxpayer in the county. So please be aware of that and take care that that does not happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Seeing no other public comment here in chambers, we will go to the Zoom option. Ms. Evanson, is there any public comment online?
Rachel Evanson for the record. Jim Slade looks like he'd like to make public comment. I will unmute him now.
Okay. Yes, we still.
What?
I think you're in the line.
Mr. Slade? Oh, it looks like, is it Brett or is it Jim Slade?
This is Jim Slade. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jim, we can.
Jim Slade. On more than one occasion in recent months, the board has heard public comment on the email exchanges between staff, mainly Ms. Marolis O'Neill, planning manager, and Barton about Barton's development plans at the lake. To call them regrettable and inappropriate is too mild. They showed real bias, cozying up to the developer while insulting and belittling the public and being dismissive of citizens' concerns. At the Planning Commission meeting on January 13th, item 4 was, quote, discussion to review and accept the Planning Commission activities report for calendar year 2025. The presentation by Ms. Marolis O'Neill lasted about 3 minutes. Yet not one word, not one, addressed the agenda topic. Instead, she addressed what was likely to come before the Planning Commission in 2026 and complained about the fact that her staff had to sometimes, quote, hear negative things from the public. I responded at the February 10th Planning Commission meeting that the only comments I had heard in public recently about Planning Department staff have been about the planning manager's own regrettable and inappropriate emails. At this point, I was loudly and rudely interrupted by Planning Commissioner Walder, claiming that I was making personal comments that he believed were derogatory and that he claimed violated their bylaws. Chairman Bruno, in his first month as chairman, decided to go along with Walder. When I pointed out that these emails about the Barton development had been brought to the attention of the board on multiple occasions in far harsher terms, I was told that that didn't matter and that I couldn't make those comments from the podium. When I mentioned that the emails were facts, Walder exploded again and said I was being extremely rude, that these were my opinions and that I wasn't entitled to my facts. He expressed particular concern that I referenced a staff member by name and title. Since then, however, the county manager, having spoken with legal counsel, has affirmed that there is no reason to exclude job titles or names in public comment. Perhaps Walder's not familiar with the Nevada Open Meeting Law Manual, which allows and even encourages public comment and states, quote, the people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them, nor give public servants the right to decide what is good or not good for the people to know. More importantly, Walder sought to deny my constitutional right to free speech, guaranteed under the First Amendment, which includes the right to redress of grievances with the government at any level. It strives to ensure that public officers remain accountable to their constituents. Yet Walder appears to think that he is the sole arbiter of what the Constitution and open meeting law allow. The deputy DA was not asked for his opinion, nor did he offer it, missing his opportunity to defend the open meeting law and the Constitution. Walder was way out of line and should publicly apologize. If he refuses, you should consider removing him from the Planning Commission for cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Do we have additional public comment online?
Brett Tibbetts. Please state your name for the record and we will start your time.
Yes, Brett Tibbetts. I would like to follow up on Ellie Waller's and Jim Slade's comments. It is my opinion that the county is in dire need of training its employees, commissioners, and appointed individuals about the proper ways to conduct public comment. In Douglas County, the public is clearly held to a higher standard than employees and appointed and elected persons. Last week, we had the most unfortunate incident at the February Planning Commission where Commissioner Kirk Walder, most inappropriately in my mind, shut down Jim Slade from pointing out an open meeting law violation by Kate Morales O'Neill at the January Planning Commission meeting. To make it worse, Planning Commission Chairman Paul Bruno told Jim Slade that he basically couldn't mention any county employee by name or position at the public comment podium. A complete and total misunderstanding of the rules for public comment, in my opinion. The situation is all the more sad and ironic since one of the issues Mr. Slade was addressing in his concern over the open meeting law violations was Ms. Morales O'Neill's emails to Barton attorney Lou Feldman, mocking the public and their concerns about the proposed Barton Hospital project. During the January Planning Commission meeting, Ms. Morales O'Neill lamented that she and her staff had to endure criticisms from the public. That was not the purpose of the item posted on the public agenda. Yet Ms. Morales O'Neill apparently feels entitled to criticize the public in her role as planning manager, but doesn't like the public criticizing how she conducts her public duties. Douglas County can and must do much better than this. It is time for the public to be treated with respect. We, after all, elect you folks.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Is there any additional public comment online?
I see no further public comment online.
Do we have anybody else? No? Okay, thank you so much. So, so we've had public comment here in person, and we've had it online. So I'm going to bring it back to the board at this time, close off public comment. I would indicate that whether we like it or not, us as commissioners and our staff are subject to acclaim and critic. So I appreciate what's been asked today. So we attempt to, from this board, show respect for all of our members of our public. So thank you. At this time, I'll close off public comment unless any other commissioner has anything to say, and we'll go into the approval of the agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the proposed agenda as presented. Sensing no objection, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. We'll now go into item 5, approval of previous minutes. Discussion to approve the draft minutes of January 22nd, 2026 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion to approve that. Don't everybody?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert.
Yes. Second.
Okay, thank you. The draft minutes, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. So the motion, the draft minutes of 2022, January 22nd, 2026 have been approved. We'll now go into the consent calendar. Entertain a motion there. Any commissioner wishes to pull anything off of the consent calendar? No?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as stated.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert to approve the consent calendar as presented, items A through O, or S. S. All those in, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0, and we will now go into the administrative agenda. And we will have item 8.1 for presentation only. Presentation by the Douglas County Community Development Department on land use, planning, and development applications and the respective roles of the Douglas County Community Development staff, the Planning Commission, and the Board of County Commissioners. Ms. Kate Morales O'Neill, Principal Planner.
Good morning. For the record, Kate Morales O'Neill. Good morning, everybody, and all members and everyone in attendance today. This presentation will look familiar to all of you, but does have some new information. And this presentation is important to review annually. It does have to do with land use, planning, and development applications and the respective roles within Douglas County. So let's get started. It won't let me proceed, Rachel. Won't let me proceed. I tried that. Do I just have to click?
You'll just click instead of.
Just the left click? The right. Left? Right, okay. So what is planning and why do we plan? I want to begin with a few statements from the American Planning Association that summarize our role in planning and how important it is in our communities. The first is the goal of planning is to maximize the health and economic well-being of residents in ways that reflect the unique needs, desire, and culture of those who live and work within the community. Cities and counties need to consider what can and should happen to a community, how it should grow and change, and what it should offer residents 10, 15, or even 20 years into the future. Planning establishes goals and policies for directing and managing the future growth and development of a community or region. The most important thing I believe in planning is proper planning and how it helps us improve our community and its members. How do we accomplish this? Let's look at some of the key components to proper planning. First is develop a common vision. This will increase buy-in and effectiveness of plans and save money by avoiding duplication, sizing facilities properly, and promoting efficient and cost-effective investments. We want to create a sense of place and reinforce sense of community by incorporating architectural, environmental, and aesthetic elements as part of the planning to connect people to their community. Proper planning wants to create and enhance property values. How do we do this? We establish this by enhancing property values within a community that plans for parks, trails, playgrounds, transit, and other amenities. In relation to planning for parks and trails, this directly relates to how planning safeguards public health and safety. Planning provides opportunities with access to physical activity and healthy foods. Public safety is protected with strong building codes and other regulations to prevent fire or flooding, as well as designing buildings, parking lots, streets, and neighborhoods to reduce opportunities for crime. Proper planning, I'm sorry.
Before you leave the slide, I want to make a point.
Yes, you may. Proper planning must provide public facilities and infrastructure by preparing communities to meet future demands for public services and facilities, such as water and sewer systems, roads and transit lines, fire and police stations, schools, parks, and library. Proper planning must improve economic development. Well-planned communities offer residents and businesses a range of convenient and affordable choices. Proper planning protects the environment and conserves resources by identifying important natural and cultural resources, conserve those resources, and protect the environment. Lastly, proper planning needs to set clear expectations for all those involved in the process: landowners, developers, builders, boards, and to county staff reviewing application in order to help minimize conflict. And Commissioner Hales, you have a comment?
Oh, the Martin Slough Trail came to mind when you were talking about planning trails, and I know a lot of work and money went into that effort by county staff and others, towns, et cetera. And I see so many people on that trail, and I'm just very grateful for it every time I use it. And so thank you to all who made it. And it literally makes our people healthier and happier.
I agree. Thank you for that comment, Commissioner Hales. We had the planning conference, as you know. The State of Nevada conference was in northern Nevada this year, and we had it over at CVI. And one of the mobile sessions that we included was the Martin Slough Trail. So that was a really popular tour, and we got to kind of show off that trail and the connectivity amongst communities. So good point. Thank you. So the master plan is a very important part of any land use in Nevada. The Douglas County Master Plan was updated in 2020, and the next update will actually be next year due to our current project of updating Title 20. NRS requires a master plan to be created within a planning commission. When a planning commission has been established, the master plan is adopted by the planning commission, then the governing body, being the Board of County Commissioners. The master plan is long-term general plan for physical development of the county and typically looks 10 to 20 years into the future. The master plan identifies current issues and needs in the community. The master plan, again, is a general plan that summarizes goals but does not indicate detailed regulations. We see more specific or detailed regulations in our County Title 20 Development Code. Lastly, the master plan includes actions to achieve goals. This is seen in the implementation part of our master plan. What are the actions and how do we get there and accomplish each goal? Now that we see what the plan is, why it is important.
Let's just reemphasize that, if you don't mind. And I hope you, and I ask all presenters to, what we try to do is we'll interrupt you from time to time. I hope you indulge us with that so that we can. But the master plan, can we go back one slide? Okay. I see that master plan as more or less our Bible. And you don't change the Bible very often, so, if ever. So.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Okay, so let's look at, first and foremost, we're going to look at Title 20 and zoning land and uses. So zoning is what separates a community into zones in order to regulate the actual land uses for each zoning district. The goal is to make sure uses are compatible with surrounding neighborhoods. In Douglas County, we utilize Title 20 to regulate development and determine whether to approve or deny a project. Some of the provisions from the Development Code we look at when determining the validity of a project are zoning and land division, to floodplain regulations, growth management, as well as processes for applications for planning, engineering, and for building permits. Any questions or comments on this slide? Okay. Let's take a look at who does what in the planning process, beginning with the Community Development Department. Staff are responsible for day-to-day implementation of the master plan and Title 20 of Douglas County Development Code. Staff reviews development applications per the master plan and Title 20. Staff is responsible for providing a high level of customer support. Staff tracks issues with building and zoning permits, reviews plans, and responds to development questions. Staff prepares public notice for hearings. Staff provides technical advice to Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners during public hearings. And staff administratively hears minor development applications as allowed by Title 20. Examples: design review, minor variance, and tentative parcel maps. Any questions?
One thing that's received some conversation in the past is staff recommendations. And I don't even know that we need to talk about them now, but it's kind of on my mind, staff recommendations.
Is that I'm not sure if there's a question in there, but
Probably best not to ask a question that you don't know the answer to.
I can say it's on my mind also.
We agree.
Yes.
All right, let's talk about it later.
Okay.
I mean,
Correct.
appropriately.
Yes,
And then
the-
again
the
in
process
public.
moving
Right,
forward,
right.
moving forward.
I'm not going to
regarding
talk to those guys
recommendations.
about it.
Because there is a section in here where we do talk about the findings of facts, and it is the burden of the applicant, not staff. The historical aspect of that is staff has typically given their recommendation, which I've never really understood because the burden isn't on us. It's supposed to be on the applicant. We just provide, here's the information, they have abided by code, and we either recommend approval or denial. But my suggestion moving forward is we give you your choices and you decide. Probably
You
getting off, but
answered-
that is what I would recommend.
You answered the
Moving forward.
question I didn't articulate.
Okay. Well, you're welcome.
And I like that answer. I feel like if it's a situation that the board, whether it be planning commission or this board, can fully understand and come to their own conclusion, I don't know that staff should make a recommendation. I don't know.
Tried that back there. It's not working.
I don't know.
So it's like -11 or something.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yes, our county manager, Jennifer Davidson, had a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson. I don't mean to insert myself into this conversation, but I'm going to for just a moment at my own risk and peril. Staff in this situation professional planning staff are subject matter experts in the field. They should have proper planning, training, education, and experience to assist the board, the planning commission, and the members of the public in understanding how our master plan and the findings of our master plan and county code should be applied to a project. They bring with their knowledge, training, and experience specialized best practice management, recognized planning principles that we as lay persons may not otherwise think about. And so their perspective as part of our conversation is very valid, and they can bring a lot to this conversation. I understand why their recommendations have at times been perceived as advocating for a project or against a project. In my recent conversations with our principal planner, Ms. Marolis O'Neill, I described the role of a planning professional as one who navigates a lot of paradox, right? There are often multiple sides to any situation. Sometimes the varying perspectives can be in conflict with each other, and trying to find balancing proper customer service to the individual making the application, balancing stakeholder perspective and needs is a careful and complex field to navigate. One that we find challenging regularly, and this commission does as well. But those are two aspects of the job that planners have to bring together and marry together. So anyway, I'm trying to say I understand why we might want to think about how recommendations are made and brought forward, but I would strongly encourage you not to land on the conclusion that no recommendation should be brought forward by staff, because I think they have so much to bring to the conversation from the principles, best practices, planning perspective, if that's helpful.
I appreciate that. Maybe we could have further discussion about how recommendations cannot look like advocating or unduly sway the board's own assessment of facts that are easily digestible by laypersons.
So, and I'm going to weigh in a little bit here, and I appreciate our county manager's perspective. It always becomes a difficult thing. Findings of fact, and I know that I struggled with this as a non-commissioner and continue to struggle with this, the findings of fact. And the terms can be met versus have been met. I've always had that troublesome feeling in my stomach whether or not a finding can be met versus have been met. And now we're asking, and I compliment you on something that you did as a principal planner in regards to now making it, putting the onus on the applicant versus staff to address those different issues. So that's good. I'm just still hung up on the can be met versus have been met aspect of it. Because just because something can be met doesn't mean that the applicant is going to go ahead and meet those later on after it's approved, right? So that's my concerns. If you have 10 findings of fact and they can be met, but they don't proceed after it's approved to meet those, then what's the point of having those findings of fact, and how are we supposed to act on that? So I more inclined to want to hear the term have been met versus can be met. I don't know if that's possible, okay? But that's just a personal thing, and I don't know how the other commissioners feel about that. But anyways, anybody else want to weigh in on this particular subject? Okay, thank you. Wes, I don't want to overlook your input here, even though I can't see your face. So, okay, we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, Kate Morales O'Neill, for the record, for your input, and for County Manager Ms. Davidson for her comments. I think it's a continued conversation. I do agree. I feel that the research that we do within Title 20 that that's contained in a staff report are very critical. I think that aspect can never go away. I think I'm referencing more the motion itself. But again, I think it's a good conversation, and further conversation needs to be had. Okay, continuing forward. Anything more on this slide? Okay, thank you. This slide is an important one regarding our advisory bodies in Douglas County, which are the town of Genoa, the town of Minden, and the town of Gardnerville. Per Douglas County Code 20.08, all zoning permits and tentative parcel maps and subdivision maps within the town boundaries must be reviewed by the town prior to final action. There are some exceptions, for example, sign reviews, temporary permits, or surveys. There's no final action shall be taken until a formal written recommendation has been received by the director or hearing body. Failure of an advisory body to make a recommendation may not operate to deprive an applicant of statutory rights. There are timelines set by NRS for some of these items to be heard by various commissions and boards. Actions by an advisory body are evidence to be considered by the final decision maker, staff, planning commission, or board of county commissioners. And Douglas County will work to implement town design standards to the greatest extent possible. In addition, applicants are also required to get approval from general improvement districts. I wanted to add that comment in there. So when applicable, applicant would have to go to a GID to get approval prior to county approval. So that's something that we would require. Douglas County will implement the design standards, like I said, to the greatest extent possible when appropriate.
Real quickly, does that resolution also carry over to the town of Genoa?
The Genoa Historic District, I believe, has precedent of their design standards. I don't believe this resolution, I'm not sure if, Jen, do you know? I think because they have that historic district that they are the ones to maintain the design standard.
I'm happy to jump in here. Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. So in our sidebar conversation, I didn't understand your question. So I apologize, because my answer is now going to be a little bit different than what I previously stated. So the design standards adopted by resolution for the towns of Minden and Gardnerville do not apply to Genoa. The Genoa Historic District does have its own set of standards that apply to the historic district, but not outside of the historic district. And I'm not sure if the town of Genoa has separately adopted, I do not believe so, any other design standards that would apply to the town, other than those adopted for the historic district.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, County Manager, Ms. Davison, for the clarification. All right, moving on. The Planning Commission body is a very important part of the planning process. A planning commission is required by NRS, as Douglas County has a population of more than 45,000 people. The Planning Commission has 7 members appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. Members serve a 4-year term, and the Planning Commission meets the second Tuesday of each month. The Planning Commission reviews various applications such as amendments to the master plan, zoning map and zoning text amendments, as well as subdivision maps and plan developments. The Planning Commission are a recommending body, just as the towns are, to the members and are not the final decision maker, with the exceptions of approvals for special use permits, major variance requests, and variances to improvement standards. So who does what in the planning process? So the final decision maker in the planning process is you, all seated as the Board of County Commissioners. The commissioner's role is also vital in the planning process, as commissioners evaluate recommendations from Planning Commission, staff analysis, and public input. Final decision maker on master plan amendments, zoning and text amendments, and subdivision maps. Here you also hear appeals of special use permits and variances from the Planning Commission. Variances associated with an application heard by the Planning Commission are also heard by the Board of County Commissioners. I have a brief flow chart of how the process works, starting with a typical application and how it proceeds through the process. Pre-apps, staff really encourages pre-apps to probably, I would say, 80% of inquiries that come into our department. The pre-apps allow an applicant and county staff to address any issues, get any kinks out, to avoid applicant from paying for filing fees for design work, or to address, so what we're trying to do is with the pre-app, we can say, your current design isn't going to work. It's not going to meet code. You're going to have to make changes. So we want to be able to meet with the client to go over any conflicts prior to them submitting any further applications. Applications are reviewed for completeness for the first 3 days, then distributed to the various departments. Typically within a couple weeks, if applicable, staff may have an internal projects meeting to discuss any conflicts or questions regarding the project. Next, staff sends to applicant either corrections required prior to moving forward and/or conditions of approval with the application. In addition, at this stage, staff may also provide a staff applicant meeting if needed and/or requested by the applicant. Many major projects that staff encounters are projects that may have been approved years earlier. Virginia Ranch is a very good example. Applicant meeting enabled staff to meet with the applicant to discuss the conditions and concerns and to make suggestions to ensure the best project is presented for the community. That project was approved 20 years ago, so the conversation was a good conversation because some things have changed. So it was an important conversation to go over some current conditions of the community. If staff runs into a project and there is a major issue and the applicant disagrees and wants to move forward to a scheduled meeting, staff would recommend denial if appropriate, and staff believes that findings cannot be met. Once the review is complete, staff prepares a staff report for each of the applicable advisory bodies and the Board of County Commissioners. The staff report will either have conditions of approvals and findings or justification for denial. The report is laid out for you, starting with the summary of the project, including some background on the site, images and descriptions of the zoning, and then a description and evaluation of the project, ending with the findings. If the project is within the town of Minden, Gardnerville, or Genoa, then the project would be heard, as said earlier, at their town board meeting, and the applicable advisory body then sends a letter to staff which with their recommendation, and that is included within the staff report. The Planning Commission in turn make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners, and then you as commissioners are the final decision and either confirm or deny the Planning Commission decision. The following are typical applications heard. Master plan amendment applications are accepted annually in June and December. They are approved by the Planning Commission and then adopted by resolution by the Board of County Commissioners. Zoning map and zoning text amendments are heard by the Planning Commission and adopted by the Board of County Commissioners via an ordinance. And plan development is another zoning layer, and the use and intensity must be compatible with the base zoning and the master plan. The zoning standards can differ from existing, but does require a minimum of 25% open space. So additional typical applications heard is tentative subdivision maps. So this is heard by the Planning Commission and then the Board of County Commissioners. It's land division that is creating 5 or more parcels. Special use permits are generally compatible with the zoning layer, but gives the Planning Commission an opportunity for an additional layer of review. Again, these are heard by the Planning Commission unless appealed at the Planning Commission level, then it would be heard by the Board of County Commissioners. What are the findings of fact? So ultimately, as I mentioned, the staff report is going to end on the findings of fact or the evaluation of those findings by staff to determine if staff feel the applicant has met the findings or they failed to meet the findings of fact. This is the most important sentence in the presentation. In order to approve or deny a request, the approving body must make a recommendation indicating whether a proposal meets the findings of fact. This is vital when determining the validity of a request. If, as a member of a governing body, you want to deny a project, it must come from a finding or findings that you feel an applicant did not meet, and that finding, or again findings, are voiced when you are requesting denial. The findings are found in NRS, and then there are some that are particular to Douglas County, such as bringing transparency, order, and predictability to a proceeding, clarity for the applicant and public to understand what is being considered, to provide structure to guide hearings. The applicant must prove that the findings have been met. Staff provides unbiased analysis of the findings as it relates to compliance with Title 20. All comments should relate to the findings of fact. And finally, findings of fact must be followed in order to comply with NRS and Title 20 and to reduce the chance of litigation. You can see the findings of facts are very important, and you want to pay close attention to those when reviewing staff reports. So I added this slide this year to address the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, as we refer to them, TRPA, and give a brief overview of their history, jurisdiction, and relation to Douglas County. TRPA was established in 1969 with the bi-state compact between Nevada and California. The concern at the time was due to rapid development occurring in Tahoe. As stated in the actual 1969 compact, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that in order to encourage the wise use and conservation of the waters of Lake Tahoe and of the resources of the area around said lake, the consent of the Congress is hereby given to the Tahoe Regional Planning Compact, heretofore adopted by the states of California and Nevada. TRPA is an environmental agency with land use authority and the first in the United States to be established as such. TRPA was to develop a regional plan for the Tahoe Basin in order to establish mandates to achieve environmental standards or thresholds. The regional plan was originally adopted in 1987. After years of negotiation and partnerships, both public and private, California and Nevada, TRPA updated the regional plan in 2013. The regional plan provides coordinated and integrated direction for TRPA's regulatory code of ordinances and implementation programs. The regional plan, in simpler terms, is similar to our master plan, a good way to look at the regional plan. Relevant to Douglas County are area plans, which are important aspect of the regional plan. Area plans are created by local governments to implement the regional plan policies, but with greater flexibility. Douglas County created the South Shore Area Plan, encompassing State Line and Casino Corridor, and presently staff is working to develop the Tahoe-Douglas Area Plan, which will encompass the rest of the Tahoe Basin within Douglas County. Any questions? That wraps up my presentation. I appreciate your attention, your dedication to civic duty and our community, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, any questions? I'll go to Commissioner Rice. You have any questions for Ms. Moreau?
No, that was a very good presentation, and it was a good reminder of what we at TRPA are responsible for and what we're supposed to be doing rather than what we are doing.
Not going to go into that. That could be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
A whole day conversation or multiple days. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hales, Tarkanian? No?
I do.
Okay.
So, I guess I have a question about the process in general, given, Douglas County, we hear it all the time that we are not friendly to the developer. And I believe that's part of what the public wants. We've approved the slow growth initiative, and everybody's now upset about the amount of growth that we have going on. But when there aren't, I've been on this board for over a year now, and we've had one final map approved. All of these developments, like you said, have been approved 20 years ago. And what's developing over here on Highway 88 and all of that was developed, I believe that was in 2002, that those were originally, so we're over 20 years before development is actually happening. And we are now facing, this community is on the verge with the lack of workforce attainable housing, which is evidenced by how our schools are doing, closing schools. That is a huge red flag that we have to start paying attention to this. I guess I don't know where the question is, but somehow in there, is there something that the county can be doing that helps that inventory grow? Because we have, tons of development on the books, right? And everybody keeps saying, has all this approved on the books, but it's not being built. So where is that disconnect between actual having inventory and the ability to possibly reduce home prices versus the actual development that's going on? Why is it that developers are not coming in and building and providing that workforce attainable development in our area? That's a huge question. Are you ready for that?
Thank you, Commissioner Tolbert. Kate Morales O'Neill for the record. I won't get outside my planning purview into real estate or things like that. However, in conversations with developers, I do hear, it's the cost of materials is outrageous. So you have that element too, which makes it very challenging. From a county standpoint, we did bring forward the tiny homes initiative, hoping to help with some smaller ADUs to allow for more affordability for people. The county staff would like to move forward in the near future with tiny home parks. Again, create more affordability. Attainable housing is something that the county continues to strive for. It does make it challenging. You want that developer to be able to come forward with an attainable project, but again, right now, any type of development is challenging because of the cost of materials. I don't really know anything beyond that is stopping anything other than it's just the cost of materials, from what I understand from developers. I do think, too, one other thing I'll add is, I think with our Title 20 update and clarity, I think that will also help the process. Sometimes, I feel our code can be difficult, can be challenging to interpret, and there's some areas that unfortunately leave various interpretations because it's not black and white, it's too gray. So I do think as far as processes go and how we interpret code, I feel it'll be much more clear, it'll be laid out in a much better format, much easier for the public and staff and developers to navigate. I think that will eliminate time frame. Sometimes it might take us time going back and forth trying to figure out, having to bring in legal to get their interpretation. It won't all go away, but I do feel that Title 20 update is going to help some of that communication and timely, how we get things timely done once code is a little bit more easier to interpret and we get rid of, it says 15 here and it says 10 here. That can be challenging. Which one do we follow? So there's incidents like that, but those are just my comments in relation to that.
Okay, Commissioner.
I really appreciate the question and the subject, and it's embedded into our strategic plan, and we can and should do more on that. And we are doing some things on that. And we should, we are also doing lots of other big things. So I do want to follow up soon on what are our next steps on workforce housing.
Right, and I guess my point is that if we're not kicking the can down the road anymore, and if it's taking 20 years to get a development from the beginning to even beginning work, who's putting in now for the next 20 years? And there isn't any. And so that's very concerning. And so that's why I guess I pose the question of we need to be paying attention to this now. And I'm not necessarily, a pro-growth person, but we need to address the ability to have workforce housing in the county. And so that's my big concern, is that our economy and our vitality is not sustainable without those 20 to 30s living here. So that's just wanting to make sure we're paying attention to the future. Thanks.
Kate Maroulis O'Neill for the record. Thank you for that, Commissioner Tolbert. I am doing here very shortly the AB 241. That may also help with affordable housing, attainable housing within commercial zoning districts, and allowing multifamily developments within those districts.
So I'm going to chime in here for a few minutes. While we identify this as a local problem, it's not just a local problem. It is a statewide problem and a nationwide problem of affordable, attainable workforce housing. We have, and we get a report on a quarterly basis from community development in regards to the projects that are coming forward and the amount of allocations that are pulled on a monthly basis according to the growth management ordinance. Commissioner Tolbert indicated, he talked about the slow growth initiative, and I think that needs to be, I don't think we need that term or want that term in our vocabulary, okay? It was the sustainable growth initiative, not the slow growth initiative. So the sustainable growth initiative indicating that we would build infrastructure along with these houses as they came so that we don't build in advance of having the necessary infrastructure in place. But what I did want to recognize in that is that we have, and I'm glad you mentioned it earlier, Virginia Ranch. Virginia Ranch is a very important project. It's 1,020 homes, and it was approved more than 20 years ago in advance of the growth management ordinance. So it's completely untethered. That's 1,020 homes that if a developer came forward, had the proper plans, they could build, they could start grading and building 1,020 homes tomorrow with no tethers whatsoever. That would assist us in that process. And I know that it had the phase one that we were looking at had a attainable element to it, or a transitional element to it for the elderly to possibly move into that smaller home with a different lot size that would be easily maintained. So I am anxious for Virginia Ranch to get kicked off, honestly, because it has another element in it, and that is the completion of Muller Parkway behind Stoddard Estates, between Toller and Grant on the south end. And that's an important component as we go forward with building out Muller and getting hopefully some traffic stress relief off of 395 through the center of town. So those are things that I really look for and hope for, that we can help identify and address this problem, because if they could build 100 homes a year, which are still within our limits, quite frankly, even though they're not tethered to the growth management ordinance, that would assist us. So anyways, thank you for identifying that as a project that might be developing, hopefully.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Kate Morales O'Neill for the record. I anticipate Virginia Ranch. I think the delay, unfortunately, there was the passing of the owner, Stan Lucas, and I do believe that has caused some delay in moving forward with the project, but I anticipate, I have not heard otherwise that they're not going to move forward, but that has unfortunately caused a delay.
Okay, did that inspire any other questions? Commissioner Tarkanian, you haven't weighed in. Oh, okay. I inspired you to be quiet? Is that what you... Okay, thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much. We get this presentation on an annual basis, and we appreciate it, so thank you. Do we need to take a quick break before we go into our next presentation? Are we good? Okay, let's go. Okay, so we'll go into 8.2 for presentation only. Presentation only items do not allow for public comment. So presentation of the Carson Water Subconservancy District CWSD update on the 30-year Carson River Watershed Regional Drought and Water Sustainability Plan. This is being presented by Ed James, the current District General Manager and retiring, as I understand it, retired, and our new District General Manager, Mr. Reed. I'm going to try to pronounce Cousins. Correct. Okay, that's what I've heard, and even though it's not spelled that way, but okay, Cousins. So, congratulations and welcome, and we look forward to. And as you're going to speak about the drought, we're experiencing snow, so that's a good sign, right?
It's always timing. Yes. For the record, Ed James with the Carson Water Subconservancy on my last day here, and I just want to say that it's been a real pleasure working with Douglas County all these years. It's been a great experience with your staff and board, and just things that have been accomplished in Douglas County to deal with regional water systems. And I just want to let you know it's been a real pleasure. And Reed Cousin is taking over. He's been on for 2 weeks, and I've been here for 28 years. So a little transition there, but I believe that Mr. Cousins is going to do a great job. I'm very impressed with his work and what he's done already and his knowledge, and I think he's going to bring the organization even further than I could have. So with that, I want to do is kind of give you an overview of this 30-year drought and water sustainability plan. Overview, we're going to talk a little on regional water system, water sustainability summary, historic river flows, groundwater pumping, runoff changes, the USGS model, work that's being done, wet and dry years, focus really on the Alpine Decree, conjunctive management, and potential mitigation strategies, and key takeaway points. So in 2023, CWSD received a grant from the Nevada Department of Emergency Management to look at dealing with water availability, sustainability, and droughts. CWSD hired Loomis and Associate to help us deal with the 9 major water purveyors that are located upstream of the Lahontan Reservoir. And we already had an agreement with the USGS to look at updating some models. The Upper Carson River model, which Douglas County is funding, and also with the Middle Groundwater model, which from Carson City and Lyon County down to Lahontan. And the idea was to look at how growth may affect flows for the next 30 years. The key thing about this report, it's really a reference document. It's not a water master plan. This is something to, as you update your water master plan, you'll want to consider as a background information and additional awareness as you move forward. But this is not a water master plan. The other thing is important to understand is conjunctive management. And I will talk a little more later on, but really the kind of focus here is that conjunctive management is from Nevada dealing with this issue of groundwater surface water interaction. Nevada had a Surface Water Act for years, and then later on developed a Groundwater Act. And they basically looked at those separately as they allocated water. So surface water was allocated, and then they started allocating groundwater resources. Well, we know that the two mix, and if you pump water, it can impact the surface water and vice versa. But for years, they were operated separately. And it worked okay until it became a real issue that there was too much groundwater being allocated. And the real issue came in on the Humboldt watershed. So Humboldt has, the most senior water users are at the lower part in Lovelock. They are farmers who take surface water. However, over the years, the state has allowed a lot of groundwater development upstream. And they have pumped so much groundwater that they have now caused a deficit, and the river is no longer flowing down, except in the wet years. And so the farmers down in Lovelock are really being impacted by this, but not getting the water that they are legally entitled to. And that has caused a real issue. That was also into concern with Churchill County, because they felt in the same situation. They're at the bottom of the system. They have one of the most senior water rights, but there's all this upstream development going on. So what is this upstream development impacting them? Are they going to be in the same situation that Lovelock is, or are we in a better situation or not? So that's the idea with the study, was to look at that and give us a good understanding. Are we in a bad situation as the Humboldt? If not, where do we stand and how do we move forward? So with that, Loomis looked at the 9 major water purveyors and looked at their water rights and found out that everyone had adequate water rights and quantities to support their regional growth for the next 30 years. They found that the Town of Minden and Gardnerville Ranchos are projected to exceed their pumping capacity and would need additional wells in the future. However, we want to point out that this study did not evaluate system constraints. So although on paper you may have plenty of well capacity to meet your demands, there may be systems where you can't get the water from point A to point B, and you're going to have system constraints. This did not do it. This is an overview. When you do your water master plan, you're going to have to look at your system constraints. So additional wells may have to be developed over the years to meet this, but for the overall purpose of what we were trying to do, we looked at this and said, like Douglas County had plenty of capacity to meet their demands. Silver Springs Mutual Water Company and Stagecoach are projected to have adequate well capacity and water rights to support their limited growth. And we talk about limited growth, we're talking like in Silver Springs about 50 new units for the next 30 years. What's really going to impact growth down there is their lack of water. They have plenty of water rights, mostly it's paper, but no wet water. You can't drink paper. And so if they're going to develop a thing in the future, they're going to need an outside source to come to that area to really promote growth in that area. Stagecoach runs in the same.
Can I ask you a question real quick
Sure.
before we move off that one? when you say that they're projected to exceed their pumping capacity, that doesn't mean there's not enough water. It just means that the physical wells will not be able to keep up, right?
That is correct.
They will need to add wells to access the water.
That is correct. They
to
have the
serve
water
the
rights
people.
for it, but they'll need some additional wells to meet that.
Okay, just wanted to make sure, because that, I don't want somebody to misinterpret that being like, we're going to be out of water by 2051.
No,
They
you will
just
not be
need
out of
more
water.
ability
just-
to access the water.
Can I follow up on that?
Sure.
Just to like be crystal clear.
Yep.
You said they have the water rights. They don't have the pumping capacity. Will the water actually be there?
We will talk about that, but yes, there is wet water available for their development. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, crystal clear. Right. Well, the only ones really strongly restricted because of lack of water is the Silver Springs and Stagecoach. Those are two entities that definitely are going to be limited by water resource development, and they will have to find outside sources. There is plenty of water in this area to meet the demands. The question is how you get those, and those are questions that each water purveyor would have to develop. If they don't have the water rights in the ground, they would have to acquire those, or they would have to maybe find another source. But there is actual physical wet water available in this area.
Say in this area, but what about there's a tremendous amount of growth taking place in the Dayton Valley.
Dayton Valley has enough water rights on their records and water that they can meet the growth, and we'll talk about that too. But again, the only ones that are really strictly saying, hey, there's not physical water there are the Stagecoach and Silver Springs. And that they are limited by available wet water. I guess you can drink Perrier if you want, but so a little background and history, I think, is understanding. So in 2023, the USGS published the Middle Carson River Basin Report. This was a study they were doing for several years, and we talk about the Middle Carson. That goes from Carson City all the way to Lahontan, so Carson City and Lyon County. And when they presented this, what was really interesting that the graph on the left got the people in Churchill County up in arms. I mean, I heard a lot about this because they looked at this and they said, here's what the trend line, if you look at that dark one, this was the water year mean daily flow. So in that given water year, what was the mean flow in that given year? And it fluctuates all over the place. You can see wet and dry years. But they saw a trend line going down. And the first thing they thought was all that development in Carson Valley that's taking our water, we're out of water, we have to stop that development. So that was a real concern coming through. And then if you go down from the Fort Churchill gauge, you can see the same thing going down, but you notice the line kind of flattens out. And the main reason for that is there's a lot less agriculture in Carson City and Lyon County than there was historically. So the less agriculture being used has offset a lot of that, development going through. Well, when I looked at this, I said, well, wait a minute. This line is showing a trend that's going down greater than what groundwater pumping is occurring in Carson Valley. So something else is behind this, something else that's not being presented in this presentation here. And I asked the USGS if they had looked at the upper watershed. What's going on with water coming into Carson Valley? They had not. So staff at my office looked at this, and we did same analysis they did on the West Fork of Carson River and on the East Fork. And these are gauges that basically are above Carson Valley. There's very little development, so this is kind of what Mother Nature provides us. And if you look at this, you'll see that there's some same trend, especially on the West Fork, a drop-off of flow coming in, and also on the East Fork. So, yes, there's water being used in Carson Valley, but the biggest culprit right now is Mother Nature is not providing the water she once provided to us. And that's something that we need to be aware of as you start sharing the resources, what is occurring here. We had other studies that were done too, and also collaborates that the results show here are correct, that we are seeing less water today coming out of the mountains than we did historically. Some of the other work we did, this is the gauge in the upper left, is at the Carson City gauge. And this was another study looking at flow dynamics going through from 1940 to 2018. And we kind of have that blue line here. I want to show on the left-hand side of that blue line in the 40s that we had fluctuations. There's always been fluctuations on river flows in the Carson. having very little upstream storage, you really are dependent on Mother Nature. So you can have some wet years, you have dry years, it fluctuates. But once you get past 1980 forward, you see the magnitudes have increased. We have a lot wetter years and we have a lot drier years. What was kind of interesting, I said that there's less water flowing down, but if you look at total volume at the Fort Churchill gauge from 40 on, we're seeing more water coming down, but most of the water we can't use in really wet years. In 2017, we dumped 900,000 acre feet of water in the desert. No one could use it or anything. 900,000 acre feet. Lahontan holds 300,000. That's the amount of water that came through. Because of pre-planning, there wasn't a huge flood down in Churchill County, but you can see that even though we really wet years, a lot of that water is not available to us. And then we have a long periods of droughts. And those are things that we need to be aware with as we move forward. The other thing we want to point out is that the DRI did a study for us on the East Fork and the West Fork. And what they did was they took the data set from 40 to 2009, split it in half, and they said, how much water is flowing by month? So they took each of the years of that month and said, what's the fraction of flows coming through? This is not a hydrograph, but the fraction of flows occurring in there. And if you look at March, you'll see that there is now more water coming off in March than there was historically. A little in April. Statistically, though, it really was significant in March. But then you're looking June. We have less water today flowing out than we did historically. So we have a shift in runoff patterns. We're having water coming off sooner. So what does that mean? Well, for Churchill County, that's more water coming down to them, to Lahontan, where they're in priority. But in Carson Valley, most of the water is being used by the farmers. And so it's the farmers that utilize the surface water. Well, if that water is coming off quicker, that means in late summer, it may not be there for them. And so that's going to impact your farmers in this community. Do they go to more groundwater pumping, or do they produce less crops? Those are some of the questions you have to look at as we start planning forward. But again, that's just a shifting there, and this is what Mother Nature is providing us. It's nothing that man-made is giving us. So as we start planning for it, where does this take us in the future?
Do you want questions?
Sure, you have questions.
Is that right? So just thinking of that bigger picture, water trending earlier,
Yes.
being less usable here. Do you think the Alpine Decree could ever be modified to adjust for, that's like a big, terrible question. But I mean, obviously, it's less usable to our farmers here. And so is the Alpine Decree flexible enough to accommodate that kind of thing, or are we just out of luck, or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, the problem is, first of all, even if you could change the Alpine Decree, which I will get into why you wouldn't want to, it doesn't help your farmers because the crops are not growing in March, So it's the late time flows, and unless you have a reservoir that diverts and releases water later in the season, it doesn't help you for modifying the Alpine Decree. The Alpine Decree does protect you because it gives you a guaranteed water. So in the summertime, the farmers up here are the ones in priority. They can take that water. And it's the farmers who mostly use that water. So they don't have to worry about downstream callers taking the water from them and passing it by. So you have that segmentation here in Carson Valley that allows the farmers to use the water that is available. We can't create water, and the Alpine Decree, even if you change it, will not create water. If the water comes off in February, that doesn't do any farmer any good anyway, unless you have storage. And those are things that we've looked at, and that's a whole nother topic of why storage is tougher. If you really wanted to store a lot of water on these really wet years, you'd have to have a dam on the main fork, because that's the only way to get water stored in there. The problem is 90% of the time there is not water available, because even this year Lahontan's not full. So any water you see going down the river is Lahontan's. Until Lahontan fills and spills, you can't store that water. So most of the time that water behind the dam there would be no water to store. It just feels really, really wet years. So are you going to spend several hundred millions of dollars to build a dam that's empty most of the time? And then you got the environmental issues, and there's a whole lot of things why building a dam on the main stem is tough. You could build an off-channel storage, and that's an opportunity, but you're storing a couple thousand acre feet. So it may be good for a municipality, but for a farmer, again, it's not significant. So those are the issues you're dealing with.
Just to,
In the storage answer, I understand, is really not within the state of Nevada. It would be in the state of California. Am I mistaken on that?
Well, no, they've looked at several dams in Nevada. Washima Dam, which was the big one that was proposed years ago, would back water into California. And so that was the issue with Wild and Scenic. You couldn't do that anymore. But the real concern, what they talked about back then was, okay, we're going to build this large dam on the Carson River and store all this water. Churchill County was concerned, but the way they were going to mitigate that was they were going to divert more out of the Truckee. Because back in the 50s and 60s, where was that water going in the Truckee? Well, it was going to this, what they call wasted source called Pyramid Lake. Well, all of a sudden over the years, you have environmental issues, you have the Pyramid tribe. They're saying, whoa, wait a minute. That's not a wasted source. That goes into Pyramid Lake. We need to protect that. And so all that water that was going to be developed under the Washima project on the Carson really wasn't there unless you were going to steal more water from the Truckee, and that's never going to happen now. So if you store water upstream, you just got to make sure that you're able to meet the obligations at the Newlands projects first. And those are the issues there.
just following up on your answer to my question, just so I understand, the farmers in Carson Valley can pump and pump all for what they need, even into July, August, as long as it's there, they can, not pump, I'm sorry, take from the river.
Okay, yes. They can divert if they're legally in
This is a
priority.
question I can't ask at CWSD.
Okay.
So I have to ask it here.
No, that's fine. No, that's a good question. And it's very good. So again, because of the Alpine Decree, they allocate water. Typically in April, May, and possibly June, as we get into it, there's enough water to meet all the irrigation demands. As you go, and there's extra water going into Lahontan. It's helping. When you get into July and August and September, that's when the river goes in regulations, and then it's priority. So if you're a senior user, you get water and you move through. What's interesting is when they did water conservation, there were more laser leveling and all this, people thought, well, that's less water being used. Well, it turns out that for some of the farmers in Carson Valley who were junior and not a priority, because of the seniors being more efficient, they saw more water that they could use. And so some of those junior rate users are getting more water today than they were historically because of the efficiency through it, but didn't provide any more water to Lahontan. So again, when you look at it, you're talking about a global thing. You got Carson Valley, but then you have to look at also the whole watershed itself.
But if they're getting way more back in March, doesn't it just go down there and hang out till they need it?
Well, it helps. Yeah, Lahontan gets a lot more water, so they're benefiting from this. And I guess when we start talking about, okay, the concern of pumping and all that, when we start seeing the results here, you're going to see that we're not in the situation they are in the Humboldt because of this earlier runoff. I'm giving away the punchline here, so we'll get there. So one of the things too is looking at the growth here, and we wanted to have some realistic, what are the future water demands? So we went to the counties and water purveyors and really looked at them, or what do they see over the next 30 years? And it's really important to understand, especially when you look here in Douglas County, this is not percent of residents increasing, this is water use. And we're being a lot more efficient, or you guys are in the community, a lot more efficient with their water. So the water is not, you don't need as much water today as you did 20 years ago. In fact, most municipalities are pumping a little less water today than they were 20 years ago because of water conservation. So when you look at this growth, I've had people say, well, our growth ordinance is 2%. How can this be? We're not talking people, we're talking water increase. Indian Hills, they look at some growth potential, but they are restricted by the land lock. And so in the future, they're going to maybe increase, but then it's going to go down to zero. Same with Carson City. Again, they have some growth potential, but as they go out further, that's going to get less and less demand for water because they're basically restricted on how much land they can develop. The biggest one is Lyon County. They have a lot of land, and they are looking at developing their portions. And so you're going to see the biggest growth of water demands in the future will come in Lyon County. Yeah, the Dayton's seeing a lot of growth in that. Limitations in Stagecoach and Silver Springs, even though it says 0.43, you got to remember they don't produce a lot of water right now. They only have about 400 acre feet they're doing in Silver Springs. So we're looking at another 50 acre feet max. So it's not a huge amount of water as we talk in the overall picture. So let's talk a little bit about groundwater pumping. You'll see that in Douglas County, Carson Valley, that water pumping has increased. And the main culprit of that is over the years is municipal water use. You can see the purple with the square boxes, that's the municipal water use, and it's been going up from 87 to 2022. I said earlier that water users are using less water, but you're seeing it going up. One of the things you have to remember that in 2017, Carson City started taking water from Carson Valley because of the regional pipeline. And that's about 3,000 acre feet. If they weren't taking that water, you'd actually see a reduction in the amount of water being used for municipal use in Carson Valley because of conservation. Carson City is using less water too because of conservation, I would point out. The thing that's really interesting here is in dry years, agriculture pumps more water. You have a lot of farmers who have what they call supplemental water rights. That's a supplement to their surface water. So when they're out of surface water, they can turn around and pump. And so in dry years like 2004, 2015, you'll see the blue line, a lot more groundwater pumping by agriculture. But then as wet years come along, they pump less. So wet years, agriculture pumps less, and dry years they pump more, and you can see then how it impacts the total pumping in Carson Valley.
So, Mr. James, Ed, I don't know that the public, and I didn't really have a good understanding of this before I became a commissioner, is the difference between groundwater and surface water. And what we serve to our residents is groundwater. We go through and pumping it out of the aquifer. However, the ag community has both surface water, which is the river, and they have the ability to go into the ground should they not have sufficient water, surface water. Is that?
That is correct. They also can use reclaimed water too, the farmers. So they have 3 sources they can use. For Eagle Valley, which is really Carson City, the big driver of water use is municipal use. And you can see in the early 2000s, there was a lot of water development. In fact, their growth was probably 1%, but their water demands were going up by 3%. I will have to say that I was one of the culprits. I came in with young kids. I put a lot of lawn in. Kids have grown up. I've taken a lot of lawn out. And you can see that because of that trend. You'll see now that they're using a lot less water on a municipality side and going down. But the biggest user is the municipal use. You'll see it bumps up in 2020 and 2021. It's really due to COVID. They saw when people were forced to stay home, stay home, they were using more water at home. It was kind of interesting. Everyone had more gardens and stuff like that. There was physically more water being used. It stayed up high a little bit right now because their Quill plant, which is a surface treatment plant, is offline. They're upgrading that right now. That's supposed to go online next year. And that's going to have a big impact to the overall groundwater pumping in the Middle Carson area, which we'll show later on. But the Quill plant is one of the few that in Carson watershed that uses surface water. They get it from Marlette, and then they have 2 creeks that go into it. Here's the Dayton Valley groundwater. This is more like the Dayton area. You can see it start up high. The big users are municipal is the blue line, the light blue, and then they do have agriculture pumping. And you can see, if it's a little hard to see, but the purple line is the ag users. Because of less agriculture, they're not pumping as much. So you do have wet, dry years, but we have a lot less agriculture going in the Lyon County area than they did historically. And the municipality, even though they're growing out there quite a bit, it's kind of flattened out. It's gone up a little bit, but we know as growth continues that we'll be using more water as they move on forward. Then we have the Churchill Valley groundwater basin. The top line is the total demands. What's interesting, this is where Silver Springs is located. The total amount of perennial yield water that's naturally available year after year, is 1,600. But you can see that they're close to pumping a total of 2,500. Their biggest user out there is domestic wells. They have over 1,600 domestic wells, and All this data comes from pumping from the state engineers. They assume 1 acre foot per domestic well. Probably out there it's closer to half an acre foot. And so if you were to cut that from 1,600 acre feet to 800 acre feet, we'd be closer to 1,600. So they're in kind of a sustainability area there. But if you look at the red line, that's their admissible use. They were using close to almost 700 acre feet. They're down to 500. So they have, with the conservation and of course price going up, people are using less water out there. What was interesting with the municipality, on paper they own 4,500 acre feet of water. They're only pumping 400 or 500 acre feet. But the question was, well, we got all this extra 4,000 developed. It's physically not there, and that's going to be the limiting factor in that area there. So, trends. So what we wanted to do is what's happening with the river, what's happening with runoff in the different areas, locations. We have the East Fork, West Fork, Carson City, and the Fort Churchill gauge. These are the main ones we look at. And so what we did, we looked at a 20-year moving average. And the reason we use a 20-year moving average is that every year it fluctuates so much that if we were to do every year, it'd just be up and down. It'd be very hard to follow. So we take the 20 years and we average those flows and we just follow forward. So this is cumulative impacts. The green line is at Carson City. The purple is the Fort Churchill gauge. And then we have the east is the red, and we have the West Fork. And so we had some trend lines here. What we did was we looked at October through March, because that's your non-irrigation season. So that's when most of the water is going to Lahontan. They're in priority. We also then looked at April through June, which is the river is has enough water to meet all the demands, and there's still water going into Lahontan. And then we had July through September, which is typically the river's on regulation, and the users are taking the water, and Lahontan's not really entitled to a call on the system. So we had these trends, and it was easier instead of showing you all those graphs, just kind of show you the trends here we're seeing. So in October through March, at the East Fork, we saw a slight increase of flows. We saw a decrease at the West Fork, a slight decrease at the Carson City, and an increase at the Fort Churchill gauge. When you looked at the April through June, we saw a decrease at the East Fork flowing in. We saw a decrease at the West Fork, and we saw a decrease at Carson City, but a slight increase at Fort Churchill. And then we had July through September. We saw a decrease at East Fork, decrease at West Fork, and a decrease at Carson City, but a slight increase at Fort Churchill. Now, one of the comments that came back to us was, okay, you saw in these trends, but are they statistically significant? And we went through and did the analysis, and what we came out was there were only 3 of the 12 that actually show statistically significant. This is not your R-square. Most people are familiar with this. This is what they call p-value, and the p-value is the probability that your data you're showing has an impact versus, maybe you pick different points to start and stop. You may have something different. These are actually the only ones that really show a probability. You're looking at a p-value of less than 0.05, and you can see these numbers do fall under that. And you see that on the Gardnerville gauge, from July through September, we are seeing a decrease in flow. On the West Fork, which is on the right-hand side, same thing, we have a decrease of flow. But at Fort Churchill gauge, we're having an increase of flow. And again, that's due to most likely the less agriculture you're seeing in Carson and Lyon County that are causing that. Historically, we saw a lot of zeros at Fort Churchill when the farmers were all up and raiding in Lyon County because no water got by them. Every drop of water was taken, and now you don't see that. So now what's happening with the USGS? This is part of the work that you guys are funding, the Carson Valley Municipal one. And what they're doing is they're taking a look at all the groundwater pumping and putting it into this and saying, okay, what's going to happen as we move forward? So they picked a point in 2020 and said, okay, we're not going to increase pumping. What is the impact we're seeing on flows to the river? And then we said, with the growth now projections, what do we see? Now, we did find some preliminary errors in the data what they sent to us because of the government shutdown. They couldn't fix all that by the time we had to get this report done. So everything we got from the USGS is very preliminary, but they are moving forward. They are completing that. Some of the errors that they found are being corrected right now. And I believe in March or something, they will give you a presentation of what they're finding. There was this issue with the data set they had too, which we had to correct. That's what the circle shows. What's interesting on the middle Carson, we start looking at it, you can see the blue lines coming across. This is all, again, municipal use. This is not any other use, but just the municipal water use we're looking at. The blue line goes across. You'll see that the water use in the middle Carson is going up, and then it drops down below. That's when the quill plant comes on. The quill plant will have enough capacity that Carson City will be reducing the amount of water they're pumping, and actually has an impact on the overall picture of the middle Carson. So you'll see it's going down, but then there's a growth pushing it back up. But it's shifting groundwater pumping to surface water because of the quill plant. This is some of the results. Again, there is a lot of cleanup they have to do. They have some spikes in there. But what we're trying to show is what is the impact of future groundwater pumping on surface flows. Some of the things they need to correct is that some of the impacts were greater than what's being pumped. So again, that's some of the data sets that have to be corrected. And we're currently working with them to have them update their data set. So one of the things, of course, was, what's happening with wet and dry years? Alpine Decree, do we want to modify it or change it? Alpine Decree really distributes water very well during wet and dry years and average years. It took 56 years of litigation to get through the courts. You want to try to open that up for another 56 years, it's going to be a tough one. But it really does give you an opportunity to protect your farmers in the upper watershed. And it really is there. And the nice thing about it is certainty. And I think a lot of times in the conference we were at, everyone talks about water certainty. Whereas the Alpine Decree gives you that certainty. And that's the nice thing about it. Farmers understand how much water they're going to get in wet and dry years because there's a certainty in the irrigation there. It will impact farmers. The question is, in these dry years, when we have multiple dry years, are they going to pump more? How do we have to look at that, especially the economic development there for the farmers? All the water purveyors can meet their demands in dry years. Most of them are using groundwater. Very few are using surface water, especially in Carson Valley. I believe Douglas County does have 2 induction wells that they use to offset off Genoa Creek, but most of the water is used for agriculture, and most municipal users come from the ground. You do have some issues, water shortage on the Johnson Lane, Ruhlenstrasse, and the East Pine Nuts. They don't get recharged from the river. Their recharge comes from the pine nuts. And so that's something you have to be aware of. And you don't have any large municipal water wells in there either. This is all domestic wells impacting the water supply. And that's just something that be aware of as you start developing in the future your water supply picture. Additional work, I couldn't finish everything up. I had to give something to read to do. I'm looking at multiple dry years. What are dry years going to be? If you have multiple ones, are you going to see a significant groundwater pumping by agri-users or not? These are questions that have to be considered. So it'll keep Reed busy for several years to come. And then in 2017, conjunctive management. This is the key as we get into it. So Nevada recognized and authorized the state engineer to conjunctively manage surface and groundwater. So as they start looking at it, where's it going to be? Now, on the Humboldt, they have a real issue they're trying to do because they have about 30 to 40,000 acre feet of groundwater over allocation that is impacting the river. They looked at the information we have on the Carson. We don't see that coming down to Churchill County because of climate change, less agriculture, change in runoff patterns. The amount of water getting to Newlands hasn't changed, even though you have all this groundwater pumping down there. So what the state is proposing on the Carson is that they're going to move forward. Only if you have a new application coming forward, that's when they're going to say, okay, we're now going to run it and see if it has an impact to surface flows. And if it does, you're either going to have to move your well further away from the river, or you're going to have to mitigate that. And you can mitigate it by other sources of water. But this, and it's not 100%. So if you're taking 100 acre feet from the ground, does not mean 100 acre feet of impact to the surface. It really depends on location and how far you are from the river. But that's as they move forward. And they're already implementing that today. Lyon County Utility had proposed some wells and want to move it. They came forward, the state looked at it and says, if you do, you're going to have to mitigate some of that impact, and they decided not to pursue it. Carson City had a well in Fuji Park. They wanted to move water rights and pump there. The state says you're going to have an impact. You're going to have to mitigate it. Well, they had surface water rights in Clear Creek, so they dedicated those Clear Creek waters to offset the impacts of groundwater pumping. So it's already occurring, but it's not currently in everyone's master plan of understanding it. So in the future, as you move forward, if you're going to develop new wells, Gardnerville, Ranchos, Minden, they're going to have to look at not only the physical water there, but what's the impact those wells would have to the surface flow. And if it has an impact, they're going to have to mitigate those. So here are some potential mitigation strategies. During non-irrigation, there are some surface storage upstream. When we talk about mitigation too, we're only talking about 1,000 acre feet roughly in Carson Valley, while the river flows 280,000 acre feet. So it's not a huge amount of water. So there are ways to mitigate these impacts as you move forward, but you're going to have to look at that. So you got surface water maybe released from reservoirs. CWSD owns some surface water rights. There are other water rights out there that could be used. And again, recharge from reclaimed water. That may be an opportunity to offset some of these groundwater impacts. Irrigation seasons, typically when the river's not in regulation, you could release water from reservoirs, reclaim water, but every water utility also over the years acquired some surface water rights. They could dedicate to those to the river too, as a way to offset their impacts. And then you have late irrigation periods where again, you can't have a downstream call for it, so you may be trying to mitigate just locally. How can that be offset there? The big thing to understand is that it's the federal water master and the Department of Water Resources that's going to have to determine that. And as we move forward, it's going to be CWSD working with cooperation on that. Federal water master does not implement, they manage the water allocation, but if there's going to be plans they're going to have to mitigate, it'll probably be CWSD that will help work with the people in the area to help meet those demands for the future. Key takeaway points: regional water system sustainability. It's there. Town of Minden, Gardnerville will probably have to put more wells in as they look at future growth, but that doesn't mean that the only ones. There may be other, Douglas County may have to put wells in just because of system constraints they have to work on. The river and the Carson River is changing. There's less flow. We're gonna have to work with that allocation as Mother Nature gives us less. Groundwater pumping will continue to grow, and as it does, you have to look at conjunctive management to meet those demands. And then for the surface flow, the Alpine Decree is there. It'll allocate it in wet years and dry years. It really is a way of meeting the demands. So with that, I was a lot more winded than I thought I was, sorry, but it's a reference material. It's going to, as you guys develop, as Douglas County develops your water master plan, it's something to take into effect as you look at how you update your plan. Are there questions?
Wow, okay.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you. That was very enlightening for somebody that didn't have this background, so thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rice, any questions or comments, observations? Okay, other commissioners?
Sure. See if I can unmute myself. Thank you for that presentation. It was very thorough and it reinforced some of the training that I first got when I got into the public life. And for many years here in Douglas County, I kept hearing we're running out of water, which is not the case, thanks to people like the Subconservancy. And it's nice to know that with the growth that we anticipate, that our water challenges are not as severe as we might have thought at one point. Thank you.
Also, thank you. Thank you, Ed. I'm like somehow really honored and delighted that you are here on your last day. So just really, I know Mr. Cousins is going to do an excellent job, but you have just built a wonderful organization that is unlike any other that I participate in all good ways, and it's just fantastic. And thank you so much for your many years of service.
Well, thank you.
And I will say that Commissioner Tolbert and I sat on the interview committee, and Mr. Cousins is going to be excellent. So happy to have you.
So I have to echo in on that too. I know I'm new to the ranks here, but when I ran the first time, Mr. James took over an hour and prepared lots of documents for me to educate me on what the water issues were and are, and I will always appreciate that. I even made a video that never came to light in my campaign the first time, but it's out there somewhere, where I actually went up to the headwaters and filmed up there, trying to explain to the people what you had explained to me. So you're going to be missed, and I know that Mr. Cousins started out under your tutelage and has circled back, and so I think we're in good hands. But I just want you to know personally how much I appreciate the work you've done and the assistance you've given me free of charge. So thank you.
Ditto. I could say ditto, right? To both. So, yeah. Mr. Cousins?
Thank you, Reed Cousins, for the record here. Just thank you so much for having me today, and thank you, Ed, for leaving me with such a wonderful staff and plenty of snow on the hills. It makes my cutting my teeth here a little easier. But please know there's an open door policy. If those free questions still exist. So please feel free to reach out with any questions at all about water in our region or just water in general. It'd be a pleasure to share my information with you.
And I'm sure that invitation is open to the public as well, right? So.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I too were pleased that you could take time on your last day to come and visit with us. So thank you.
You won't let me go. He's a tough driver here. So.
Okay. So where we are in the agenda, first of all, we have a public announcement by our county manager, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. I just want to announce, in consultation with our public safety officials, we are going to be closing county offices effective at 1 o'clock today. That announcement has gone out. I do note that we have some individuals in the audience today who are participating in our public meeting. We will continue with this public meeting until we're done. But just do factor into your calculations. It is a little bit treacherous outside. Be safe. You do have the option to participate in the meeting remotely if you choose to do so today. So thank you for that, and thank you for your patience with us.
Okay, so we're in recess for, it's 11:48. We'll return at 11:55. Thank you. Okay, it's 11:55. I'm going to call the meeting back to order and go into item number 9 for possible action. As soon as our county manager is...
Those clocks don't match.
Huh?
Those clocks don't match. The one in the back.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yep. Okay, well, I'm going to grab my coffee. Okay. For possible action, discussion to appoint 2 members to the Senior Services and Public Transit Advisory Board by the Board of County Commissioners, 1 to serve in the Carson Valley resident position and 1 to serve in the Tahoe Township resident position, each to serve a term from February 2026, basically today, through December 31st of 2027, being presented by our County Manager, Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Of course, my computer decided to restart. So I don't have my notes in front of me. We have 2 applicants who have applied for two vacant positions on this committee. I believe Ms. Castleberry and I believe Ms. Hempler are the applicants. And I'm not sure if Ms. Castleberry is here in the audience today. No. I know Ms. Hempler indicated because of the snow she was not going to be able to participate. But both did express their interest, did submit their applications after an extensive period to recruit. Ms. Castleberry had previously served on the committee and did not previously reapply when her position was up for reappointment because she missed the deadline to apply. She has since submitted her application, this time for your consideration. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to the commission for your discussion.
Thank you. I wanted to further note that the reason Ms. Castleberry, who previously served and expressed an interest, happened to be out of the country when that application process was taking place. So that's why she returned after that period had expired. So that's why that vacancy existed. And Ms. Hempler also serves on our Vacation Home Advisory Board. However, we've had a difficulty in finding individuals to serve on this committee from the Tahoe Township, which is required by our rules in that regard to that committee. So anyways, other commissioners, do you have any? Ms. Castleberry is tied up. She texted me earlier. She's tied up in snow over in the ranchos, although her commissioner made it. So anyways, any questions, commissioners, before we go to public comment? Mr. Rice?
I have no questions, but I would like to say that Mickey Hempler has served our community well, and I am very comfortable putting her on this board.
Very good. Seeing no other comments, we'll go to public comments. This is for possible action. Is there any public comments regarding the possible appointment of Ms. Castleberry or Ms. Hempler to the Senior Services and Public Transit Advisory Board? Seeing no, do we have anybody online? I almost forgot about that. Do we have anybody?
None online.
Not online that wishes to speak. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. If there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we appoint applicant Castleberry as the Carson Valley resident to serve a term from February 26 through December 27, and appoint applicant Hempler as the Tahoe Township resident to serve a term from February 26 through December 27.
And I'll second.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to appoint Antoinette Castleberry and Mickey Hempler to the Senior Services and Public Transit Advisory Board as applied from February through this year through December 31st, 2027. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. We will now go into item number 10, the clerk treasurer, for possible action. I'm going to read this into the record. Should there be a motion, I would suggest perhaps a motion to approve as distributed. Okay, so discussion on the adoption of resolution 2026R-007, which orders, directs, and authorizes the Douglas County Treasurer to sell or convey properties held in trust by the County Treasurer consistent with Nevada Revised Statutes NRS 361.595 at an online auction at www.bidforassets.com, with bidding starting on May 26, 2026 at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time and ending on May 28, 2026 at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Assessors parcels numbers. I'm going to try to get this right on the first take. 1320-04-001-111, 2559 Precision Drive. Parcel number 1220-04-111-014, which is at 1226 Kings Lane. Am I right there? Am I? Okay. Parcel number 1420-06-801-001, 3647 North Highway 395. 1418-34-110-063, 1271 Lincoln Park. Is that Circle? 1420-07-801-001, 3401 North Highway 395. 1220-21-510-107 at 774 Linda Drive. 1220-04-113-001 1374 Queens Court. 1419-09-001-066 3414 Golf Club Drive. 1418-22-502-001 no site address. 1320-33-714-033 1309 Brook Way. 1220-24-811-004 627 Thoroughbred Avenue. 1220-24-401-019 616 Appaloosa Lane. 1319-30-634-004 364 Quaking Aspen Lane. 1421-00-002-003 no site address. 1422-00-002-002 no site address. 1422-00-002-009 no site address. 1320-30-211-094 1795 Ironwood Drive. 1220-20-002-005 660 Anderson Ranch Road. 1022-10-002-037 1320 Micah Court. 1022-15-001-126 3890 Carter Drive. And finally 1121-05-516-034 267 Walker Street, being presented by our clerk treasurer, Amy Bergens. And hopefully the next time you'll put this on consent.
Yes, sir. I just want to make one clarification to you reading it into the record, just for cleanliness of the record. 3920 Micah Court, not 1320 Micah Court. So if we could just confirm. Yes, you said 1320, so I just want to make sure that we have it correct for the record. So sorry, let me backtrack. Thank you, commissioners, for your time today. Amy Bergens, Douglas County Clerk Treasurer, and with me I have Megan Doris, who is the Assistant Treasurer. We put this on consent today more just to give you a little bit of an update of our online tax sale. We did switch in 2023. Was the last time we did an in-person auction here at the courthouse. We have since switched to bid for assets. So we 2024 we had our online tax sale. 2025 all the properties ended up being paid in full, so we canceled our tax sale. So this will be the second year that we've used bid for assets. I just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview. I'll make this fairly quick. In 2019 we had an online or an in-person tax sale. In 2020, 2021, and 2022, we actually canceled our tax sales before we even brought them forward due to COVID and the inability for some people to be able to keep up with their bills. And then we brought it back in 2023 and did an in-person. When we brought it back in 2023, we did have 20 eligible parcels, 7 of which ended up going to auction that did not pay their taxes. They owed a total. The total was $112,365 that they owed. And at that auction, we sold them for over $472,000. That money goes into a holding account that we hold for a year. And if no one comes forward for those proceeds, proving that they were the owner of the property, those funds go into the general fund for use by the county. 2024, we only had one property that went to auction. It was a total past due of $680, but we ended up getting over $3,000 for that property. And that was through bid for assets. Like I said, 2025, we ended up canceling the tax sale because all the properties paid in full. Currently, for this tax sale, we're at 21 eligible parcels. They have until, and I don't know the exact date that they have to pay, but it's the week before the tax sale. They have to pay off their taxes so that it doesn't go to tax sale. If they do not pay them off, they will be on the online bid for assets website to sell at auction. Currently, the total of these parcels is over $145,000. So depending upon what goes forward, we will see what proceeds we end up getting from the online tax sale. But I will tell you personally, having held the in-person auction in 2023, I sure like the online. It is a lot easier, and I believe that it's also more beneficial for the county as a whole as far as the revenue that we will be able to see from the sale of these properties as we will capture more of an audience. So with that, are there any questions?
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. They have until May 28th, which is the final day of the auction, 2026 at 10 a.m. to clear these records, or whoever's bid on it will be the new owner. Is that correct?
That is not correct. Hold on one second. I'm pulling the date.
There you go. That's why I'm
It is
asking.
actually, they have until 3 days before the tax sale. So the business day prior, 3 days prior, will be May 22nd by 5 o'clock.
Okay.
So they have 3 days before the tax sale, and it has to be, of course, business days. We're not here on Saturday.
Okay, that's, I just wanted to make sure that they understood what the deadline was. So, thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, this is an action item, so we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment regarding these properties and their payments due?
Jim Jackson. She answered my question. I was going to ask you, where is this money going to go? And I think you know why I was going to ask that question, is if it's going into the general fund, you will not be using it for the Performing Arts Community Center and everything. And we'll be watching very closely to see that it doesn't get shifted over to some other private little fund that's going to weasel its way over that way. But that was my big question and everything. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Ms. Casey, I hope you're not on the list here.
Board members, Maureen Casey for the record, speaking as an individual member of the Planning Commission and an individual member of the TDR Advisory Committee. There are a lot of very interesting properties on that roll, and I hope and encourage the board to keep an eye on it. So if any of those properties are still available when the closure date comes, you might consider buying them and using the funds to purchase some open space. Thank you.
Can I mention one more thing real quick? I apologize. Do you need to wait until we close public comment?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Is there any other public comment here in chambers? If not, then we'll go online.
None online.
None online. Okay, there are no public comments online, so we'll bring it back to the board for other questions. Other comments?
I would just like to mention one more thing, and I apologize for not mentioning this earlier. NRS does clearly state that these properties can go to county entities, to the school entities, and to the tribal entities. Tomorrow, assuming this is approved, Megan will be sending an email to directors, to the school staff, and to the tribal entity in Douglas County to advise them of these properties. There is a process by which those entities can take over these properties prior to it going to tax sale. The property owner still has the same time frame to pay off their taxes, but there is a process by which, and I know that we have used it in the past for the county.
Thank you. Very important information. Okay. Any other questions by the commissioners? No? I'll entertain a motion. You don't have to read the whole thing, please.
Mr. Chair, I recommend we adopt Resolution 2026R-007 as presented.
Okay. Okay, motion by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to adopt resolution, and I'm not going to read it back into the record either, Resolution 2026R-007 as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Once again, public or the owners of these properties, May 22nd is your deadline. So, okay, we will now go into the community development section, 11.1 for possible action, discussion to adopt ordinance 2025-1661 as zoning text amendment, amending Douglas County Code Title 20 by revising chapters 20.658, 20.662, 20.664, 20.666, and 20.668 in order to implement the requirements of Assembly Bill 241 passed by the Nevada State Legislature during the 25 legislative session by allowing mixed-use residential development in commercial zones. This is the second reading. It's for possible action. After the reading, we will allow public comment. Ms. Kate Morolas O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. I apologize. I loaded it on here this morning and it has disappeared. Thank you. It is this one right here. I need my glasses. Okay. Oh, I see. Where'd it go? Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Now it's good afternoon. This item is in relation to the implementation of Assembly Bill 241. So AB 241 was adopted by the state legislature in May of 2025 and required each governing body in the state of Nevada to adopt an ordinance that authorizes by right a multifamily housing development or mixed-use development that includes residential use on property zoned for commercial use. I added this slide because our master plan does indicate as one of its priorities to amend the master plan land use designation table to allow multifamily residential zoning in the commercial land use category. So the ordinance 2025-1661 is the zoning text amendment, which will amend various chapters in Title 20 in order to implement AB 241. Multifamily residential projects will be allowed by right in the following commercially zoned districts. That is general commercial, tourist commercial, neighborhood commercial, and office commercial. Any proposed multifamily residential development must include some type of approved commercial component use. As an example, what this means is if you have a general commercial zone property, you cannot do a multifamily development only. It can't be 100% multifamily. You still have to include a commercial component. On the other hand, if you own that same property, general commercial, you can still do 100% commercial project. You do not have to include a multifamily residential, but it is allowed by right now per AB 241. Look how quick that was. So simple and to the point. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, and I have provided the recommended motion.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Rollis O'Neill. Any questions, commissioners? Okay, so I followed this bill as it was going through the legislature, and it started out as a bill by legislators in Clark County because of their drying up strip malls and trying to do that. It spread throughout the state. I'm glad that and we have this has gone before both the town of Gardnerville and the town of Minden with their recommendations that there remain a commercial element, which is good. So, and hopefully this will, if used by our developers here in the county, can help us and assist us with the affordable workforce housing component. So anyways, if there's no other questions, Commissioner Rice, I don't want to overlook you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But any comment I would have is negative. Once again, Clark County telling the rurals what to do. So anyway, it is what it is.
Thank you. Yes, and I agree. We're adapting as well as we can, understanding that the state legislature is the ones that tie our hands in a lot of cases. So, Ms. Morales O'Neill.
Yes, for the record, Kate Morales O'Neill. I do want to point out that this is a good situation where the process really worked, because we were originally, when we went to the Planning Commission, we asked for a continuance, staff. Because staff had gone to the town of Gardnerville, town of Genoa, and town of Minden, and what we heard from them and the feedback, because originally we were bringing this forward as you could do a multifamily development only in office commercial and neighborhood commercial, and you could do 100%. The reason that those two zoning districts were chosen is because the ones that are currently vacant seem to already be kind of surrounded by commercial components. So we thought that was kind of the direction. But when we heard from the town and listened to the town, their recommendation was, these are, we have our maps and we have where we want our commercial zonings to be and what type and to be where. So their emphasis was, we recommend that it's allowed in all zoning districts, and it has to still have a commercial component, because when they did their own, let's call them master plan, community plans, those maps were in there. And if they wanted neighborhood commercial here, they weren't thinking of a residential project. So we did do the continuance. Planning Commission granted that. I thank them for that. And then we brought it forward, came back with what you have in front of you today. So it's a good example of the process working and listening to other entities.
Thank you. Being a actionable item, I will at this time open public comment to item number 11-1 ordinance 2025-1661.
Jim Jackson. I have a question that I know your hands are probably tied by the state that you have to do something like this. But at some point after the meeting, if somebody could answer the question for me. Up on Johnson Lane, we just had a dollar store built. I assume that is because it is as commercial property. Is that considered residential commercial property so that right next door to it, they can now build an apartment building? That's my question. So, anytime after the meeting.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Is there any additional public comment online?
None online.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board, and Ms. Morales O'Neill, can you address that question that Mr. Jackson brought up?
Kate Morales O'Neill for the record. So currently, I believe that is zoned, I don't have it in front of me. I think it's neighborhood commercial. Is it neighborhood commercial? I'm going to defer to, is AJ? Oh, he's right behind me. There you are. Currently, if it is already, it does have that commercial component, I would think they could, right, bring in a multifamily residential. However, I don't know if it would be possible only because of the development standards still exist within the code. So with that dollar store and how much room it's already taking, I don't think they could do it based on our standards. Do you have anything to add, AJ? That's just my feeling on it.
AJ Hames for the record, Douglas County DA's office. It's my understanding that it's project specific, our mixed use commercial standards. So when a project comes forward, the project is evaluated on its own merits. So if somebody were to come forward now with an apartment complex, that project would be evaluated as a whole. You wouldn't look at neighboring commercial properties and say, well, they already built commercial, so that's your 25%. You don't have to do a commercial component. It would be project specific. So if somebody came in and said, I want to do multifamily housing next to the dollar store, then they would still have to have 25% commercial as part of their project.
Okay, very good, thank you. There's a very definite maybe, is what I heard. Okay.
Yeah, there's two lots in between the dollar store and the general store. But what they're saying is if they came in, they would still have to be 25% commercial on that lot with the new development.
Okay.
I do have a question, Ms. O'Neill. As far as the growth initiative, what about the vested and individual pools? Would the same, I know, it just entered my mind, so I apologize for kidding you with this, but is the same rules going to apply to these as they would have for the residential? Because some of these, if they were existing commercial, they would be in the individual pool if it's not a new development, correct? Is that?
Yes, the same rules would apply for any new residential project that came forward. And that what AJ is saying, what we were just clarifying is the particular parcel that you talked about wouldn't even have room for a multifamily project. Then on my sidebar, I was saying, what if it was a larger project? We kind of didn't think about that, but we, as the code reads, it would still be a project that you're bringing forward together. So I think that is something we'd have to address if a project, someone who did have room possibly for a multifamily, we would have to look at that to see if it would fit our standards and would be allowed to do that already exists. But that particular property, would not have room on that one parcel to do that.
Okay, any other questions, commissioners? Okay, entertain a motion.
Oh, I was looking for it. I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-1661 based on discussion, presentation, staff report, required findings have been met, and the requirement to comply with Assembly Bill 241, and the state has told us we have to.
Okay, I'm not going to repeat that, but thank you. A motion by Commissioner Turkedian, seconded by Commissioner Hales to adopt ordinance 2025-1661 as presented. All those, sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Passes 5-0. Thank you very much. So I would imagine, looking at the crowd, the majority of the folks here are for item 11.2, but item 12, it shouldn't take a whole lot of time. So I'm going to go ahead and call forward item 12, and then we'll go back to 11.2, okay, so we can release our staff. Those people who are here for item 11.2, just hold on, please, hold your breath, okay? For possible action, discussion to approve a new franchise agreement between Douglas County and Douglas Disposal Incorporated for solid waste, recyclable, and organic materials collection and processing services in the East Fork Township area of Douglas County. The franchise agreement includes the sublease by Douglas Disposal Incorporated for the county transfer station. The amount of the franchise fee Douglas County receives is equal to 8% of gross receipts for all services performed by Douglas Disposal Incorporated under this agreement. The annual sublease payment for use of the transfer station is $50,000, being presented by our Public Works Director, Phil Richter.
Commissioners, thank you. Phil Richter, Director of Public Works for the record. You caught me off guard. So what's before you today is a new franchise agreement with Douglas Disposal for solid waste collection, essentially down here in the valley for what's considered the East Fork Township of Douglas County. This is going to replace a series of the old franchise agreements and amendments to those agreements. There's probably at least a half a dozen amendments to the original agreements, as well as a separate sublease agreement or a separate agreement for the transfer station. It doesn't necessarily supplant the original agreement for the transfer station, but it does fold and incorporate that agreement into this master agreement. And the benefit of that is that now those two agreements will have the same term, and they won't be on separate terms. So that approving this one agreement puts both of those agreements on the same 20-year term. I won't go through every page in the agreement itself, but I did want to just highlight some of the elements of the new franchise. In the original agreement, there were 2 cleanup days for residential customers. That's going to be increased to 4, so it's essentially there'll be one in the spring, fall, winter, and summer, which is where residents can curbside put out additional trash for collection. There'll also be they're going to be offering 2 what they're calling dump passes. So for a residential customer, you can self-haul to the transfer station large items and things, and you're allowed to do that twice throughout the year. Again, that's really to help with the illegal dumping and some of the issues we have with large items being abandoned in the off in the pine nuts and other rural areas. It also contemplates being able to increase the number of recycling centers. We currently operate 4 sites within the valley. There's been requests to have one in the Johnson Lane area. We are still working to locate a property owner or a property that will accommodate that. That's been the holdup on that, but this franchise agreement contemplates the fact that we can add 2 additional ones throughout the term of this. Again, it's subject to finding a property that's amenable to that. And then the one big thing that came out is in this agreement is the construction and debris material drop boxes. So those are drop boxes larger than 8 cubic yards or will no longer be part of the franchise agreement. They will be There's not an exclusive. I shouldn't say they're not in there. Douglas Disposal can still offer that service and will offer that service, but it's not part of the exclusive franchise agreement. So some of these other companies can offer that service in the Carson Valley. Nothing's changing in terms of the franchise fee itself. The current franchise fee is 8% of their gross receipts. It will remain at that, as does the fee for the rental of the transfer station, or the lease on the transfer station will remain at the $50,000. If there's any questions about that, there wasn't initiating an ordinance. It's actually Chapter 19.04 within Douglas County Code that has been in books since 1994 after a general election, and it mandates that all solid waste transfer stations in Douglas County have to be owned by Douglas County, and that's the reason for that we own the building on the Douglas Disposal property, because per that ordinance we have to own that building, but then we lease it to them for operation. They're responsible for all 100% of the maintenance. We participate in any capital improvements, but in terms of the routine maintenance and upkeep of that facility, it is the sole responsibility of Douglas Disposal. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you. Any commissioners, any questions? I believe Commissioner Tolbert has a disclosure.
Yeah, I have a family member that is within whatever the distance is or whatever, that I know for a fact will be trying to take advantage of the opportunity of providing slide-offs. So I think in an abundance of caution, I'm going to abstain from voting, being part of this discussion.
Thank you for that disclosure. Other commissioners, any questions? Okay. If there's no questions, are you reaching for your... Oh, okay. It looked like you were... Okay, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on item number 12? Is there any public comment online, Ms.?
None online.
So we'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
I move we approve a franchise agreement between Douglas County and Douglas Disposal, Inc. for solid waste, recyclable, and organic material collection and processing services in the East Fork Township of Douglas County and sublease of transfer station as presented.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the new franchise agreement between Douglas County and Douglas Disposal Incorporated as stated. Since no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. 4-0 with one abstention. Right, okay. Thank you for that notice and correction. Thank you, Mr. Richter. Let's go. Okay, 11.2 for possible action discussion on DP 25-0074, an application to abandon a portion of a public road right-of-way and utilities easement known as Moore Lane, approximately 32,284 square feet in size, and for the right-of-way to revert to a single abutting property located at 2495 Fremont Street in the Johnson Lane Community Plan. The property owner is Cassinia? I don't know how to pronounce that. Timonila Nina of Big Bar Ranch LLC. And forgive me if I got that name wrong. So the applicant is Andy Fuller, professional land surveyor of Fuller Consulting PLLC, APN 1320-02-002-024, being presented by our county engineer, Jeremy Hutchings. Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeremy Hutchings for the record, county engineer. I can't see the board packet, but it's 489 on there. So this is the DP 250074 Moore Lane abandonment. So, can't hear me? So this is the vicinity map. We're over off of Fremont. There's the parcel, and the right-of-way is to the north end of that parcel. 2495 Fremont, that's the parcel number. So the applicants requested abandonment of Moore Lane. That's highlighted in yellow. It's 25 feet in width. It's about 3/4 of an acre total. Here's a site photo, standing maybe not on Fremont, but close to Fremont, looking due east in this perspective. Here's the fence line of the right-of-way. Actually, the property line is actually about over here, 25 feet away. If you've been out to the site, the owner's driveway is not located within the easement. I'm kind of highlighting here in the laser pointer, and that's the recently constructed barn for frame of reference. So this view is to the east. And closer to Fremont now, you can see where the fence was installed off the property, and it does fence off the Moore Lane right away, not only on the frontage along Fremont, but also with the neighbors to the north of the parcel. This perspective is also facing east. So some impacts to the abandonment.
Mr. Hutchins, I should have prefaced this, and I apologize for the interruption. But commissioners, as you have questions, please go ahead and address these now, rather than coming all the way back. Right. So, thank you.
Okay. Not seeing any questions. I'll keep going. So, if the abandonment was approved, the access to Moore Lane would be eliminated for residents on Tony Court. They do have access off of Tony Court, but it would be a diminution of their access. There's no negative financial impact to Douglas County that I've been able to identify. Public Works did request that a 25-foot wide PUE be retained. So the whole width of the right-of-way should be retained for future utilities. And then other utilities, NV Energy and such, have requested a 5-foot PUE be retained along the north boundary if the right-of-way was abandoned. That's pretty common. Just to note that the fence in the Moore Lane right-of-way was installed without a permit. Typically for fences, you don't need a permit, but typically the fence is on your property. This is not the case here, from what I can tell.
I got a question.
Yes.
Just so I can get a better understanding. The Moore Lane one, that's the one that's to the east, right? The fence you're talking
No, to the
about?
north. So I'll flip back here, Commissioner Tarkanian. So this perspective, north is up. The yellow highlight is Moore Lane. And we'll talk about McKay briefly.
You've already put the fence up on Moore.
Yes.
Okay.
And that is this fence right here. Also shown a little closer here and here.
So that fence was put up before they got approval for the abandonment?
Correct. I think I was under public comments. This one's a little, usually abandonments historically are fairly straightforward. Sometimes they're controversial. This one's more controversial by the evidence of everybody here. So I just wanted to give you an idea of the public comment that I've received so far. And it's gone on for some time just because of what Mr. Tarkanian was just talking about, the residents to the east. So officially in writing and also over the phone, I've received 12 residents opposed to the abandonment. Here's some of the reasons that they were opposed. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just trying to summarize it. Their opposition is in your packets, mostly it's in writing, obviously. I see the applicant's legal counsel, Mike Matuska, is here. He did provide one comment in favor, generally. That's how I'd summarize it, of the abandonment. And I believe that's in your supplemental, or if it's not in your packet. So now we're going to talk about what Mr. Tarkanian is asking, and one of the reasons that this is getting a little bit more complicated than a standard abandonment, but I'll explain it, then I'll explain why it doesn't really have anything to do with this particular project, because I'm trying to compartmentalize the two. The owner, the applicant, came in and did install some fencing. One of the fencing that provided a problem for access to people to the east, which is not part of this application, was this cyan or light blue color on McKay. There was a fence installed along the owner's property line here, which is actually correct. The easement is actually located to the east of that. The problem is, if you look at it, where I've inserted this picture here as an inset, you can see where the gravel road or driveway goes to the applicant's side of the property. That is her property. That's her legal right to fence down this easement. That's correct. But historically, that's how the residents to the east have accessed it. And you can see how this turning movement kind of, it goes out where the fence is today. That issue came up about a year ago, if I'm understanding the history correctly. Our community development director, trying to be solution oriented, suggested to the applicant that perhaps the abandonment of Moore Lane could be in a sort of an exchange or a swap, for lack of a better term, with the a little bit wider easement to allow the residents to the east to keep using things as they've historically done. To my understanding, that kind of fell apart. So what's been going on is these issues have been tried to be tied together when I'm trying to analyzing it as separate. The application before you today is just this yellow abandonment of Moore Lane. So that's what I've been reviewing today. I'm just giving you that history because I mentioned it in my staff report. Any questions on that point before we move on? Because it's, yeah, okay. So here's the finding for abandonment. If upon public hearing that the board satisfied the public will not be materially injured by the proposed vacation, it shall order the abandonment. So staff recommends that you deny the abandonment for Moore Lane because, in my opinion, that public is materially damaged. They will have a less access easement to the south if this right-of-way is abandoned. Public Works also is requiring a 25-foot, which is the full width of the current right-of-way, so that's potentially material as well. And then the third thing isn't really material, but I would just point out that the fence was installed without a permit, and I don't think we should encourage that. People should get permits when they're doing work off their property or on their property if it's required. In this case, it would be because the fence wasn't on the property. However, I have put in here an option that if the board disagrees with staff and you can find that the public will not be materially injured, I do have two recommended conditions of approval. One is to retain 25 foot for the PUE, and then also for the applicant to file a record of survey to document the new boundary of the property. And I did want to point that out. If that is I'm going to flip back a couple slides to this one. So you can see here that this original parent parcel did dedicate right away around it back in about 1961. So typically when that happens, and all things being equal, if it were to abandon, it would abandon back to that parent parcel. So just to be clear, if you were to approve the abandonment, it would revert back to this property owner. So going forward to the recommendation again, just to reiterate, staff is recommending denial of this abandonment, but does have conditions of approval if the board disagrees with staff and feels like we should abandon it. These are my recommendations. So normally I'd launch right into questions. However, since staff is recommending denial of the application, I think I would suggest, it's up to the chair obviously, that you allow the applicant, who I know is here, to come up and make a presentation as well. And I'll go back over the staff table, or I can, however you'd like to do it, Mr. Chairman. But I'm at the questions point here.
I believe we probably should hear from the applicant. Unless you have questions for Mr. Hutchings at this time, okay? Mr. Rice, do you have any questions for Mr. Hutchings before we hear from the applicant?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll hear, and you don't have to leave. Okay, that's fine.
If this is on, I guess it is. For the record, my name is Andy Fuller, or Edward A. Fuller, PLS, Professional Land Surveyor. I prepared this map that's on the screen doing the record of survey. Initially, it was the legal description for the property was essentially for a 20-acre parcel. And it was deeded to Miss at the time, Miss Ballou, who later became Miss Moore, and then Miss Wellman, Mrs. Wellman. Vern and Jack Moore built the home on the property. They improved the property when they acquired it from the original owner who did the dedications. In 1961, the Moores acquired the property in 1986. They built the private driveway on the property that has existed basically since approximately 1988 when they constructed their home. So in the 64-year history of the dedication, there's never been a road existed within the 25-foot easement. That original deed, which is supplemented in the agenda packet, basically describes the north half of the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter of section 2, I believe it is, that was 20 acres. It had been assessed by the county as 19.55 acres, which accepts Fremont Street dedication. It does not accept the dedication that took place of the 50 feet for Hoyd Road or the 25-foot for Moore Lane. It's become known as Moore Lane. So the county assessor has taxed the owners of this property in its 64-year history, essentially 19.55 or 20 acres, not the actual 18 acres as disclosed by this record of survey if you accept out. The original deed did not accept the dedications. So when Mrs. Wellman acquired the property in 1986, she thought she was acquiring 20 acres, not 18.05 acres. She fenced, or a fence existed along the north line. My client, the actual applicant, owner of the property, she hired a fence contractor to construct the fences as a result of the open range disclosure notice she received during close of escrow, which basically states that if you do not fence your property, you cannot sue for any damages of trespass or livestock entering the property. As a result of that, she elected to fence the property. The north line was the only line that had ever been fenced on this property. Adjacent to the rear of those properties on Tony Court, there was a fence on Mr. Taylor's property in the northeast corner to the east that existed, but it was well within his property and only about the north half of his property. So in the photographs that are supplemental, it shows various instances of the old fence and then the new fence being adjacent and inside the property to the old fence, with the exception of the portion that is adjacent to the barn on the Taylor property, and then the portion in the far north west. That property, their fence, they constructed about 30 feet well into their property. There does appear to be old fence posts that had been cut off along the north line of this dedicated area. But, you know, basically for the 64-year history and in aerial photographs dating back to 1974, you can see where there appears to be evidence of that old fence line in those photographs. I'm not sure what else I can add at this point, unless you have any specific questions that I might be able to answer.
Commissioners, do you have questions? I do. Did you personally survey this to put that fence in?
Yes, sir, I did.
You did. Did you talk with the county about this easement and this right-of-way before you put that fence in, or did the survey?
I did the survey before it was discovered that the 25-foot easement existed. It was not in the initial title reports that I had received to do the survey from. I had to have the title report amended, and it was just a couple days before close of escrow that the record of survey was actually completed, indicating that. But I did an extensive search for those easements.
It's just that you put us in a very awkward position here of going ahead and putting a fence in where it doesn't really belong. And it seems like you should have done your due diligence in that regard. You're putting us in an extremely difficult position because you went ahead and built the fence without actually getting the easement in advance of doing that. So you're putting the cart before the horse, at least in my opinion. So go ahead.
I'm following up on what you're asking about, and I just don't quite understand it. You're saying that this easement was not part of the record, the county record, when you did the title search?
It was part of the county record. It was not included in the title search, in the title report.
Okay,
I
know.
later discovered it
going. Hold on. So I'm just trying to understand. It's in the county records, but you're saying wasn't part of the initial title report.
Correct.
Well, you paid for the title report, I assume, right?
The applicant paid for the title report.
Well,
yes.
then the mistake was made by the title company, right? They should have found that when they did their report.
Correct. Now, excuse me, but to answer your question, again, the fence existed on the north line, or a fence existed along the north line of the property when I did the original survey. The new fence was built adjacent to, leaving the old fence in place. And in the photographs, it shows both the new fence as well as the old fence.
I appreciate that, Mr. Fuller. However, the old fence you said was taken out. So maybe there's a reason why it was taken out.
There was about a 30-foot section of fence that was removed adjacent to the barn on the Taylor's property.
Once again, I just personally have a problem with you putting the cart before the horse, and that puts us in a very difficult position as a board. So, okay, is there any other questions of Mr. Fuller?
I'm a little unclear whether you knew about the easement when the fence was built.
At the time the fence was constructed, yes, the record of survey had been recorded disclosing the easement. I had recommended to my client at the time, talking about the abandonment due to the history of the property, due to everything, her fence contractor fencing the remainder of the property, that at the time, it did not appear there was going to be an issue with the abandonment because of the 64-year history of non-use of that, and she was replacing a fence that has fallen into various states of disrepair along the north line. And, told her that, my recommendation would be that she could either fence along the easement line or replace, in kind, essentially, the fence on the north side, that I did not feel at that point in time it would be an issue abandoning this because of the 64-year history of non-use of that, until some of the objections came in and the quid pro quo for the swap to improve access at the end of Hoyd Road.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Any other commissioners?
Is it back now? Okay. Yeah, so I think, we've discussed this and gone through, and I do have a little history in title with my time at the assessor's office in Carson City. And regardless of what the deed said at the time, you cannot deed what you don't own. correct? And they had already deeded this portion away or dedicated it to the county, so they did not own that section of what's now known as Moore Lane. So regardless of what the deed said, even though it had the old legal description, they can't transfer something that they don't have. So the assessor had picked up on that, and yes, they may have had the wrong acreage, but once that, the assessors to be ultimately correct, and when they find an error, they correct it. And it looks like they have now because they're showing it at 18.05 acres when this was brought to their attention. So that is a little bit of an issue to me, is that if they never truly were deeded that section of the road. And as far as the existing fence, from when I went out there and looked, it appeared to be that fence line was the existing rear property lines of each of the neighbors to the north, not a fence line constructed by this parcel to the south. And it appeared to me, and I could be wrong, that was a
United States against Canada.
And it was a new fence line put in where the other one was the neighboring, which would be their south property line. So, and there was a gate in there at the one property too, which provided access to their shop and barn, which has a garage door on the rear, which is only accessible from the south because as I've looked into that, they don't have access to the south side through any of their driveways because that's where their septic system is. They're not allowed to drive over it. So that when that barn was originally built, it was relying on access, which was apparently agreed upon. I don't know how all that worked together. So I have some questions there of it not being used. Maybe it wasn't used at the right area, but it looked like there was some kind of an agreement to use it in the past, and there was no communication, when this was all done. So that's kind of where I'm hitting at the moment. So I don't know if you want to address any of those rambling statements I just made.
Survey, and was locating existing property corners to the south of the properties along Tony Court. As I was walking the fence lines, particularly adjacent to the Taylor property, Mr. Taylor came out, asked what I was doing, and I told him. At that point, I specifically asked him if he had an agreement with Mrs. Wellman for use of her private driveway to access that barn. He told me no, he did not. In writing, verbally, nothing that he could produce. And he told me at that time he knew that this day was always coming, that he would lose access to the barn. He told me that he had done work for Mrs. Wellman, helping her do handyman work around her property, and she graciously allowed him to use that, but there was no formal agreement between them. And I told him that was somewhat unfortunate, which he agreed at the time. It wasn't until, I believe, approximately July of 2025 when they received notice of the application for abandonment that they were informed that this easement even existed. And have since that time tried to take advantage that private driveway is within the easement and gives them a legal right to use it to access their barn now, which I believe is, not the way it should work.
Any other
Did that
questions?
answer your question?
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Rice, did you have any questions of Mr. Fuller?
Thank you for asking, but I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Is the applicant here? Yes. Can I ask you a question? Can you come up? Is that okay? I'm sorry, can you state it in the, oh, okay. So I guess this is my concern, okay? And I'm trying to weigh what the legal standard is on this. And I have some concerns whether there is a material, but I'll get to that and I'll ask more questions later if we're going to. But I guess my question is, from what I've listened from the your assessor, right? Surveyor, thank you, is you built the fence before you had the right to do so. So you made a mistake. But you got another fence that's built that the other homeowners have asked you just to move it to the west a little bit so they would have more space to get in and out of the place. And you won't do it. And you don't have a legal right to do it. So I could see you saying, okay, I'm not going to do it. But you're asking this board to forgive the fact that you guys built this fence before it should have been built, but you're not working with the other homeowners. And I guess my question is, why not just try to make peace with everybody, and maybe there's just a little bit that's going to be damaged with the fence instead of the full one?
Thank you for the question, and you're absolutely right. Why not work with your neighbors to make their life a little bit easier? So I will tell you, I like to tell an anecdotal story. I'll try to do my best to be fast. All right, for the record, my name is Ksenia Timonina. And I want to, so my answer is, when I was constructing the fence, I had already been working with Mr. Fuller to abandon the northerly section that is the subject here. And I was walking the perimeter with my fence contractor, and I got ambushed by the neighbors who insisted that I move the fence. So that, therefore, our conversation started. This was before any fence was constructed, but we did have, I think, multiple weeks of signage and labeling that said that this is my property line. And when I talked to them, they initially said that they'll be good neighbors if I move my fence. Well, I'm happy to be a good neighbor, but one concern I have is that if I move my fence without any legal backing to it, I don't have that education, but any legal backing, that it will continue to be an issue going forward, that if anything happened on this section of land, that I could be liable for. So that was my main concern. I offered Mr. Koskarart at 1710 Hoyd to sell the section of property. I measured it out to 15 feet to the power pole that is visible over there on the map, and I wanted to have a conversation, so I made him an offer of $50,000. Like, this is, and then we'll deal with. I asked him to deal with the survey and the dedication, right? Mr. Koskarat responded that my property was not worth more than $5,400. Granted, I was, strong. I'm by myself here. I have to appear strong, and I wanted to make sure that there was a conversation. But after that, the conversation dwindled.
So this is what I was going to suggest, and I don't know what the other board's thinking and so forth, but you wanted them to pay what you consider the fair market value for that land.
Commissioner Tarkanian, I have been, I've talked with legal counsel. The issue of the east side of the property is not part of this agenda item to the north.
I understand that, but that was part of the presentation by our engineer,
Yeah,
so
but-
I'm following up on that.
Yeah, I would suggest that we can't go there right now, okay? Because it's not agendized. It would be an open meeting law violation to talk.
It was brought up in the initial presentation by our engineer.
So we need to make sure that we stay on the subject of Moore Lane, not on the issue of.
I am sorry, I
Wait.
think that's a wrong decision because it was brought up initially with the engineer, and I've always been someone who said, hey, let's try to work something out. And I think there's a way to work something out if there was an opportunity to make that discussion. But I've been advised I can't go further with it, so thank you.
Is it okay if my attorney representative will be?
Clarification from legal counsel afterwards how the engineer can make this comments in the initial presentation, but we can't follow up with the questions afterwards.
Sure. Chairman, if I may. Just for Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office, just for clarification, the county engineer brought this up to specifically note that these two items are separate and that people are trying to conflate the issues, but he brought it up specifically to state that the findings that have to be met for the proposed abandonment have nothing to do with the issues to the east. That's the whole point he was making, is that a lot of the neighbors have conflated the issue, but they really are separate issues. And that, I believe that was the point the county engineer was trying to make.
Yes, he stated that and more, but okay. Well, I said we'll talk about it later. I don't want to waste everybody's time on this.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Chairman, she asked if our attorney could speak.
Oh, I suppose so.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Matuska, attorney for the applicant. Appreciate too that asking the applicant about how you go about arranging an easement with the neighbors, probably not an area that she's very strong with. That is really what I would help with, and I have reached out to those neighbors and even offered that we would pay a portion of the cost to get an engineering study to examine some options in that area. So the neighbors are welcome to follow up with me about.
Once again, are you referring to the north or to the east?
Neighbors. I've also reached out to the east neighbors and made a proposal to study the issue with them, and that's pending. I appreciate the comments from the chairman, though. I do appreciate the concerns about the fence, but that's not really, I would just respectfully submit, that's not really our standard either. The standard is whether the public will be materially injured. And I will tell you that unless you're in the survey business or the title business, you would not know that right-of-way exists. It exists on paper. It does not exist on the ground. The property there is undisturbed, except for maybe a little portion to Mr. Turner's house. The finding or the recommendation from staff is that the application for abandonment should be denied because it will result in a diminution in access to the residents of Tony Court. They can't use it because it's not improved. The only way that one resident is using it is by using my client's driveway, which she is objecting to. And again, back to this point that it exists on paper, but it doesn't exist on the ground. It doesn't even exist on the parcel map for the Tony Court residents, and I submitted that parcel map as part of your record. The only access for the residents on Tony Court is Tony Court. So Tony Court is the legal access, it's the physical access, it's very sufficient access. That map does not even mention this right-of-way, and I think it would be a stretch to infer that any of the Tony Court residents built anything in reliance on this right-of-way. I think that's a difficult assumption, and there's no evidence of that. In fact, I would respectfully submit too that there's enough information in the staff report about why this abandonment should be granted. It's not part of the regional transit plan. It cannot be improved in any practical sense. Staff conceded that. The fence that was installed abuts the fences that were already there. You've covered that, mistake or not. The fence has not changed anything on the ground and is not part of the consideration of whether there is a material injury. There's no way to use this easement, or excuse me, there's no way to use the right-of-way now. It has never really been used, except for one person crosses my client's a driveway to use it. It's objectionable. This right-of-way has no value to the county or to the public at this time. I have had, as you can anticipate, in my role as an attorney, some communications with staff, including the district attorney's office, and explaining our point of view, which I think is a substantial point of law, that losing an access that does not really exist cannot be, as a point of law, cannot be a material injury. And I'm echoing a little bit, but going back to the point that that is not the access, that's not the legal access shown on those on the parcel map for the Tony Court properties. Maybe it would be relevant to pull it up on our screen here. I don't know that we have to. Suffice it to say, that right-of-way does not show on their parcel map. They have legal and they have physical access, and it's sufficient. And the idea that any of them have built anything in reliance on this right-of-way is an undue assumption that would not be supported by substantial evidence. I'm happy to answer other questions, but I really think the focus is on material injury, and you cannot have a material injury for something that, abandoning something that doesn't really exist, that doesn't physically exist.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions of Mr.?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Legal counsel, can I go over to him before we go to public comment? I'm talking about Mr. Hames. I'm not supposed to use the first name, I was told. I just got a couple questions for you, if you could help me, please. Can you put up the reasoning that you guys had, the staff had for turning it down? I had a couple questions based upon that.
While he's doing that, Mr. Chairman, just for the sake of the record and because Mr. Matuska directed your attention to a parcel map that he submitted as part of the record today, I just would refer to packet page 621 as the beginning of Mr. Matuska's letters and exhibit submissions. That parcel map is included in that section of the packet today. Thank you.
I'm going to be really rare today and try to make this very quick. The 25-foot public utility easement, they've said that they would give that to the Nevada Energy, correct? Or to the public utility? Yeah, the public. They said they would give that away, right?
AJ Hames for the record. I don't know if they've said one way or the other, but you have the right to reserve that.
Okay, so if we take that out of there, do we have a right under the ordinance to deny the permit based upon the fact they built the fence before they had the abandonment?
I don't believe the fence. My recommendation would be that you essentially consider this without the fence, although the fence is what led
so
to.
That takes care of number 3.
Yeah.
So now we're down to number 1. And I guess this is my question, and I have, and maybe this is for you, Jeremy. It's my understanding one landowner is using that road, and it's only one, right?
Yeah, I think Mr. Turner's active, or in the past has used it. You can see the evidence.
It's just one is what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to go through this a little quick because I've been told all these in meetings. So yes, there's one that's been used. My question is, can he use? First of all, is that road drivable on it the way it is?
There's no road today on Moore Lane as it exists, Mr. Tarkanian. So where the cursor is now, historically, it appears Mr. Turner drove out the back of the barn, right where AJ's got his cursor, to the driveway that's located south of the easement.
That was my question.
He is, that part that's kind of sandy colored where there's no sagebrush, that is where it appears Mr. Turner's historically has accessed that structure.
I understand. I understand that.
I'm sorry, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
You're telling me that Mr. Turner drives through the sagebrush there on actual county right-of-way?
No.
Did I hear that right? He uses the road?
No, he uses the
driveway,
of the landowner.
Well, he's crossing Moore Lane, right?
Right, okay. Okay, got it. Got it.
So
Thanks.
So he can't drive, can he not drive on Moore Lane if he was forced to?
Yeah, Moore Lane, if you were to go directly out to Fremont, would require improvements.
Okay, so then my next question is, I mean, he has no right to go onto the landowner's property unless he has some type of constructive easement that the court would have to adjudicate. So if she says no, he can't go there and use that, so what's the detriment to him? What's the damage to him?
He does not have the ability to access Moore Lane. So Moore Lane, he has a legal right to improve out to Fremont if he so choose.
But he can't drive on Moore Lane, you told me, unless they improved it.
He could improve it. He has the legal right to make that improvement.
Okay.
If you abandon the right of way, he will no longer have
Okay.
that right.
And has he indicated he's going to pay for the cost to build the road?
That hasn't really come up. I'm just
Okay,
trying to
so-
give you advice on what I
Okay,
see
so
as a
let's take the
diminution of
position that
value.
he can pay for it, and he's going to spend tens of thousands of dollars so he can go in through the back. Can he get into the back directly on that? Is there enough a turning lane to make it in there, as opposed to coming from the driveway, which has a wider turning lane? Can he turn into that yard with just that 25 feet, 45 feet?
Yeah, I'm hearing some chatter in the background, which probably isn't public will get a chance to make comment, and maybe that's more appropriate at that point. But I don't think there's enough room if you were to abandon Moore Lane that he could reasonably make a turning movement into the back of that barn. If Moore Lane remains as an access easement, that is enough room to make that turning lane.
Was my
turning
question. So yes, if you kept it, so he could. So then I guess the question comes down to legal counsel, in my view. This is just asking this. If you have one person who's inconvenienced, is that to use that lane that he's been using it, and is that a material harm to the public from the ordinance requirement?
AJ Hames to the record. There's not a lot of case law on that point as to how many people have to be affected for harm to be material. In cases that I've looked at, they have tended to focus on specific parcels. So I think you do have the ability to make the finding based on harm to at least one person. As Mr. Matuska indicated, and I agree, the harm that you identify, material, there is case law to state that it needs to be an actual harm, not a theoretical future harm. And so that's where this is a little bit of a trickier case. There has been access to the rear of the property on Tony Court that would be cut off if Moore Lane is abandoned. But that access hasn't been along the entirety of Moore Lane. It's only been through a small piece of Moore Lane.
But that access is cut off right now because the landowner does not want him to drive through her property.
Yeah, I mean, the access is cut off in part because there's a fence there and because the homeowner has cut off access to the driveway. So there's no improved road that leads to the back of that Tony Court residence, but the right-of-way has been used historically at that point for access. And so
That's what, I'm going to leave it at this, but the right of way you're talking about is just that going straight across. It's not coming east and west. It's just going north and south for that 45 feet or 25 feet.
At that point, right.
But I would argue that why would you put a second driveway next to the driveway when you've been allowed and there's an understanding that you can use it? Had the fence been put up where the fence should have been put up, Mr. Turner would have hogged a road to get access to his property along that right of way, but he was never given that opportunity and was immediately cut off by an illegal fence. So whether or not it's there at the moment, to me, is not a deal, given he had an understanding to use the driveway until the new owner came in. So to me, the fact that it's there, whether it's improved there or not, why would you do it when you had access? And then when that access would have been cut off regardless with the fence at the right place, then he would have had to improve a driveway out to the road. So, and I asked this question, if he put in for permit today, would he be able to use that rear access to do his permit and with whatever conditions they had of the engineering and building department today, he would be allowed to use that. So he is being cut off as far as I'm concerned from use of something that he would have had access to. And given, if you look at that building, which I went out there and looked, the vehicular access is on the south of that building, and there is no vehicular access on his property right now without him having to come all the way down through the pasture land and back up, because his driveway it looks like it's driveway, but it's not. It's the septic system, and you can't drive over your septic system. So there is no vehicular access to his overhead door of his shop at this point.
I just concur with Mr. Tolbert, and it's another way of saying that your argument that it's never been used is not really all that relevant, because it would have been used if he hadn't had permission to use the other road. It would have been used.
Okay, are we done with, okay. Commissioner Rice, did you have anything additional you wanted to ask?
No, I think I've heard enough.
Okay, so we're ready to go to public comment?
Yes, sir.
We'll go to public comment then on item 11.2 on DP 25-0074.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Turner, and I live on 1667.
Can you, sorry, speak into the mic? You can pull it down a little bit. Thank you.
I live on 1667 Tony Court, which is just south of the property in question right now. There are a couple of inaccuracies in the Fuller Consulting rebuttal. We've always known about the easement. We personally know the original owners of the Tony Court property and the Wellman property. We bought from the original owner on Tony Court, and she was good friends with Vern Wellman, and there was always that, we knew we had access through that road all the time. There was never any question about that. So we've always known that the easement was there. At the time that Vern was there, she had that road to her house chain blocked off, so there was nobody that ever went up the dirt road to her house. She accessed her home through Hoyd, which is south of Moore Lane. So that road was just actually our only way of getting to the back of our barn. There has never been anything in writing with Vern on that, though. And Fuller Consulting stated that we are claiming foul when she erects her fence on her property. And this will be redundant for you, I'm sure. The definition of easement in real estate is a non-possessory legal right for a person or entity, such as a utility company or neighbor, to use the specific portion of another person's private property for a designated purpose. While the owner retains title to the land, they cannot reasonably interfere with the easement holder's rights, in this case, the public. They cannot build permanent structures such as fences or sheds within the easement area. In comparison, our property line extends to the middle of Tony Court. We cannot unreasonably interfere with the public's rights to access their properties east of us. The current owner installed her fence adjacent to the old fence on our property line and included the 20-foot easement within the fence parameters. There was no communication in advance from her, or we would have objected at that time. And at that time that fence was going up in her construction of the barn, my 89-year-old mother was living with us, and the last 10 months of her life she was in hospice, and it was during that time period, so we were understandably overwhelmed with everything going on with her. She passed away in April of last year. And property owners must be aware of any easements during a title search to understand limitations on their property usage. And finally, just because the easement in question hasn't been utilized for the historical intended purposes doesn't mean it won't be needed in the future. And it is our understanding that the natural gas line to our barn runs along the easement area connecting at Fremont. We're not asking to use her road. That is her property to do with as she pleases. We are asking you to deny her application to abandon the 25-foot portion from our property line. We suggest moving her fence to the south side of the easement, and we can grade a road at our expense, allowing public utilities and emergency vehicle access to the south side of Tony Court. Or, with her permission, allow us to add a gate to the current fence, giving us access to Moore Lane and our barn. Thank you for your consideration.
Can I have you state your name one more time for the record, please?
It's Cheryl Turner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? I guess, right? Yeah.
We did have some new comments that came up, so I'll just address those real quick. The idea of grading that to allow for emergency vehicle access is a little hard to imagine. You'd be welcome to ask your county engineering staff for more information, but basically you'd have a 25-foot road that dead ends, That's not going to be emergency access for emergency vehicles. But the repeating comment that I am hearing is that they haven't said it so directly, but is the suggestion that they built their barn on reliance on accessing the driveway of my client's property? Because that's not my client's problem. That's not a reason to deny the abandonment. This property has never been used. Perhaps we put a deadline. Mr. Turner says he's going to use that right away. Give him a deadline to file the grading application or the application for an improvement. It hasn't been done in 65 years. Let's be realistic here. It's not going to be done. And even if it were, it would be a dead-end road that doesn't serve anybody except for Mr. Turner, who already has the legal and the physical access. I'm happy to answer any more questions, but this just is not an injury for something that they can't access anyway. It's not the way it is now. My client has denied access, so they cannot access the backside of their property across this right-of-way as it now stands. So it's not the abandonment that's the issue. The issue is my client denied access across the driveway. So they don't have access now. They're not going to have it in the future.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? So I want to take a moment here, just give me some indulgence here. This is not a time for interaction between individuals in the audience. So thank you.
Ron Hartman. I live at 1714 Hoyt Road. When the fence was installed, not only blocking the Moore Lane property, or the Moore Lane right-of-way, the fence that went in onto the McKay, known as McKay Way, which if you look at this map right here, down below, go down below, John. Down below the blue line, see right there? That easement right there is 30 feet. Serves no purpose at all. It goes between the Salisbury's property and everything else. And then it comes right here, it goes down to 15 feet. I mean, mistakes were made by the county somewhere along the line. And this is, yeah, we felt this was an opportunity for the county to right those mistakes. Because yes, the Moore Lane abandonment, of course, I have it on a map from 1977. I think it was document, timeout. Do I only have 3 minutes? Oh God. It's on 5892 document. And it shows that there's the 25-foot Moore Lane right away. But anyway, we thought that it would be a good idea for the commissioners to right this situation where in exchange for, this was offered by Tom Dallaire back in January 2025, where he offered the petitioner to the abandonment in exchange for a right-of-way at the southeast corner of the property, which was turned down. Didn't want to give up any property for future parcel plans, which when I looked at the documentation, if she got the abandonment, she was going to get a half acre to the good. And any future parcel plans, I believe she would need roads anyway. So we're left in a health and safety issue. We've got a fire truck can't make that corner there. And yes, I know Mr. Matuska said he offered this, that, and the other thing, but Tom's already outlined what needs to be done in his material to right the situation. That's all I have to say, I guess.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Jim Jackson. I live up on Tony Court. I have never seen a vehicle on supposedly Moore Lane. It doesn't exist. You're giving it a name. It's a patch of dirt that is not developed. So first thing, get the picture of it right. The other thing is the other lane there where the fence has gone across. This has caused a lot of infighting up there in that neighborhood. I'd be very careful on what you folks do. And like the legal assistant was saying, don't touch that eastern part. That is not part of this. From what I understood is that in the title search, that easement wasn't shown. And I've always thought that when a title company gave you a clear title, that was all you needed. And if not, then I would think the title company is liable because they now said you had something that wasn't yours. But keep the two roads separate. Otherwise, it's going to be back in your lap again when somebody sues somebody for getting hurt on some road that didn't exist. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Edward Fuller for the record again. Should not be incumbent upon the property owner to fix the adjacent property issues, whether it be McKay or access, across a portion of Moore Lane. It is what it is, unfortunately. We've come to have this discussion, but again, it should not be incumbent upon the last person coming in the door to have to fix issues that have been going on for 64 years out there adjacent to that property. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
My name is David Kosgrat. I'm actually one of the properties that's in the front. I did reach out to the owners of the property. I did talk to them. Me and my wife were actually more than happy to deal with an issue and try to open it up to our neighbors. It is a one-way street. I did come down here to the recorder's office. We got every single paper that's ever been recorded on these properties from Hoyt Road. Hoyt Road, all they did was they put a 15-foot easement in front. None of the other properties were in. None of the recorders knew that any of these houses existed. The owner of the LLC Bar Ranch is saying that you can't get a emergency vehicle across a 25-foot easement, yet we have a 15-foot easement in front of my house, which I've given 17 feet before that fence was ever built. I've never built a fence in the middle of that road because I knew other people were living in it. We can't access anything. We're not interrupted too bad, but our neighbors are. Me and my wife are willing to put up, which we looked up the areas in there to find out how much maybe that property would be worth, which was 10 or 15 feet by 315 feet. We looked it up. We thought $5,000 something was more than adequate. We were willing to put up at least $10,000 of our own money to make sure that that property was opened up so we could have emergency vehicles go into the back. I work for the power company. I've been driving trucks, those big trucks, for 25 years I've been driving. Our trucks will never make it through that corner. I'm going to tell you that right now. No fire truck will ever make it through there. So just, like I said, that's all I got to say. So thank you.
Can I have you sign that sheet, David? Could you please sign the sign-in sheet? Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Do we have any additional public comment here? Haven't we already? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Ksenia Timonina for the record. Yeah, it's true that I made a mistake. I just want to be very honest here. I own horses, and I've been a member of this community for nearly a decade. I've had some interesting experiences due to a lack of proper fencing in the past, and I won't wish them on anyone. So my main point was that I was going to get myself a new house, and I was going to move there, and I was going to prepare as soon as possible, and I was going to prepare my property for my horses that I am responsible for. It's also important to fence off the property when you have a lawn or store hay on your property, and Mustangs can visit, right? So I knew that my neighbors had Mustangs visiting their properties, so I wanted to make sure that everybody was safe. So, like I said, I made a mistake. I put a cart before a horse. I was, again, forced by my own assumption that I would be moving there very quickly. And I wanted to make you think about what it would look like if that abandonment was not granted. I will be forced to move my fence because I need to remain enclosed, and the property has to be fenced and only accessible by people I trust, horse people, right? So I will move my fence, the entire northerly side of it, and then let that section, the 25-foot, be there as it is today, without any security that it will be improved. I think it will cause an issue. It will be dilapidated. It will not be managed. It's a fire hazard. There isn't actually an access from Fremont to that section. There's a ditch there. So considerable amount of improvement is required. So I'm worried about what this is going to look like, because I want to improve my property. I want to install landscaping, and I want to make sure that when I do this, it's not, it will look good. So I urge you to please approve my application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No, I understand. It's still public comment. Right. And thank you. So,
my name is Floyd Turner. I retired from the operating engineers about 15 years ago, and I know a lot about road building. And the access off Fremont Street as it exists is wide enough to get onto that 25-foot right-of-way. The ground is solid out there, and all I have to do really to make that road for what I need it to be accomplished is just to get rid of some sagebrush. That's it. It's nice and flat. It's nice and good, and I'll cap it with DG or 3/4 inch rock or whatever we need to do. But as it stands, my barn, I have one access to it, and that is from the south side, and there has never been a fence behind that property. Vern, who used to own her property, I have known for 35 years. And it was just word of mouth. Yeah, Floyd, you use it. Well, I don't need the road, and I knew the owners of my property for 30 years, and she used that road since 1982, 1982, before that house was even built. And like I said, we've always known there was an easement. We didn't need to use the easement because we're using the private road that was verbally only. She let us use it. I mean, just, a handshake. And I helped her out with stuff, and she helped me out with stuff. And then we get people coming in like this and just making a commotion. And she's got plenty of property. If she would have put the fence on hers, where she's got the fence is not her property. If she would put the fence just on the edge of her road, then there would be access, and I could take down the fence behind the back of my property and get in there and pull my boat out or do something. So that's all I have to say.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
None online.
Fine, okay, then we're gonna go ahead and bring it back to the board.
I got one question, and it's going to be,
I thought I did close public comment. I said I'm bringing it back to the board. So we're closing public comment officially and coming it back to the board. Okay, thank you.
So
In the
my-
record, closing public comment, back to the board. Thank you, Mr. Tarkanian.
so my question would either go to Jeremy or to Commissioner Tolbert. I'm not sure why, you're saying that forget your name, I'm sorry, you just said it. Yes, Turner. Mr. Turner doesn't have access to the barn except from that road. Why doesn't he have access through Tony Lane if the home is in between the barn and Tony Lane?
Because if you look at the permit when the barn was built, his septic system is to the west of the building, and you can't drive over that. So he can't, if you put the picture back up, he cannot come down the sides of his property and around that barn to the rear because his septic system sits there. He would have to come either around through his pasture land and back up, but his septic system looks like it's too close to the rear property line to allow for vehicle traffic behind it, although it's got to be 10 feet, but that would be really close. And as far as
I just want to follow up. So you're saying that the septic tank, what you
And
can't
leach
be
field.
road on, is 10 feet to the west?
has to be, it
Okay.
was supposed to be. I mean, whether it's installed that way or
And he
not.
doesn't have 15 feet to the west, so he could drive on the other 5 feet. You're saying that his property line is, the septic tank comes up close to that property line, or the pasture you're saying is,
He would have to go down below and up around, whereas right now he can go right in. There you go. So if you zoom in on his property from my personal research, where his barn is, that patch where it looks like the driveway could come around, right above his cursor, got me. Right there, from that tree that you see to the left, it's in the yellow, north is his septic system. So he cannot drive alongside his garage there. He is not allowed north-south. And as far as the fire access, a fire access route, and my understanding from my other profession, is 16 feet wide. And then they'd have to put a T fire apparatus turnaround, which could be accomplished.
so
within
you're
that
saying
space.
that's a tree, which I can't see.
Yeah, that's a tree
That's
in
a tree
there,
to the west.
Yes, that's a tree.
And that they can't go in.
From there north, he cannot drive there in that gravel section. That is his leach field.
But that house is more than 10 feet. I mean, they can't get to the.
Not if you're going to pull a trailer around
North
it.
side of the house? Oh,
Yeah.
you're saying the front part they have to get to.
Yeah,
Okay.
his garage door is right where the cursor is now, on that bottom side, on the south side. There is pedestrian access, a man door on the other end, but not vehicle access. From my observations of what's there, I'm not an expert in the matter.
So, in my view, and it's disappointing that this has to come to us, honestly, in my opinion. If the fence had built on the south side of that property line, we wouldn't be here today. The easement, we wouldn't be here today, okay? Grant you, Mr. Turner would have to create an access by taking out sagebrush to get to that property. But if we approve this, there is going to be permanent damage to Mr. Turner. He is not going to have access to his property. He's, to that barn, and that's forever. Okay, and that really concerns me. Is that none of these property owners, should they want to access their property from the backside on Moore, would have access if we grant this. So that's just unfortunately, I think the issue here is actually between the surveyor and the landowner. So, and I don't know that we can resolve that. But anyways, those are just my views. Mr. Rice, did you want to weigh in here, or Ms. Hales?
Well, just so we're transparent, what page were you viewing?
This is the site plan of Mr. Turner's property, and it was in our, I'm not sure where it
Oh.
was, the documents. I looked it back up. It's public record. I'm accessing it on permit number DB 22-02. It's a PDF available online.
Mr. Rice, did you have a question or comment or observation?
I did not. All the questions that I had have been thoroughly answered more than once. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm prepared to weigh in if you want me to. Oh,
Or you know, weigh in, ask questions, make observations, offer an amendment, a motion,
I'll just-
all the above.
briefly state where I stand on this. The business, oh, were you going to say something?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may. AJ Hames, DA's office for the record. If we are going to be using the site plan as a basis for consideration today of whether to grant or deny the application, I would suggest that we formally add it to the record in some way. And so maybe if we need to take a break to...
I believe it was included in our supplemental. I just didn't find, I looked it up for quick
If
ease.
it is, then that's perfect. I just want to make sure that it's part of the record.
All right, I'll weigh in while we try and figure out if the site plan is in the supplemental record. Here's how I see it. The problems to the east that involve McKay are unfortunate, but I am disregarding them as I analyze this situation. They're separate. They're irrelevant from the issue that we're looking at today. I am tasked with one thing, and that is, will the public be materially injured if we abandon this easement? I see there were two reasons given. One is access, one is utilities. A lot has been said about access. I would be concerned about utilities. The power company asked for this utility easement to continue. The Public Works wants a 25-foot utility easement. These are real access issues that maybe aren't used frequently, but when they're needed, they're really needed. They're there for a reason, and I don't want our Public Works to have a big old headache when they need to access this easement that we rightfully have. So I think that's the primary basis of my decision, but I also think the record is clear that there's at least two members, Mr. and Mrs. Turner, of the public who will be materially injured if their ability to access the back of their barn is permanently removed. And I understand that maybe it was not wise of them to situate their barn in that manner. I understand that, but that doesn't have anything to do with the standard, which is, will a member of the public be materially injured? And when if I'm asked to weigh the equities of this situation, we have in the record that the applicant knew where the easement was before she built the fence. So to me, that's weighs in on the fairness of the situation. So I would be not in favor of approving the abandonment for those reasons. Keep talking so you can keep looking.
Okay. The staff and make sure that do we get those issues resolved in regards to the maps or whatever?
So, Mr. Chairman, Jennifer Davidson, I almost said County Commissioner. I almost gave myself a raise. I apologize.
Wouldn't be a raise.
I mean, a raise in importance.
Oh, okay.
That's how much I respect you guys. Anyway, I apologize. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. So the document number, it's a public document number 22-023 that Commissioner Tolbert was referring to is already a public record, and we will add it to the supplemental materials for today. If anyone wishes to view it, we can display it on this screen here if you think it's relevant to the conversation, but we will certainly add it to the backup materials for today.
Is there any other comments, or are we ready to go with a motion?
So this decision resembles the item we had last meeting in that it involves a situation where someone has apparently violated county code and is now asking this board to resolve the consequences of their action. And as difficult as that may be, we must set aside any alleged code violation, as we've mentioned, and so focusly on the issue that's properly before us. In this case, it's whether the findings can be met to justify the abandonment of this portion of the right-of-way. Now, I'm going to be honest, I struggle more with this one and separating that because one of my core values that you know is that we should always strive to be a good neighbor. And from the record before us, it appears that applicant moved in, constructed a fence, and significantly disrupted multiple neighboring families without meaningful communication or consideration. I've said many times that communication is the key to life. The more you can communicate, the easier it is to get along. And clearly that fell short in this one. But that said, I can't base my decision on that perceived lack of neighborliness or compassion. I can only evaluate whether the required findings for abandonment are met. And for me, they're not. I was hoping to find something in this that swayed how I felt about it. But another resident has been accessing their property via this right-of-way for years. And because of the hillside terrain and other location, and like we mentioned, their septic system, there's no other viable vehicular access to their shop. And they have relied on this access point to reach their garage for many years, decades even, since it was constructing. And eliminating that access creates a clear and direct negative impact on that neighbor. And therefore, I don't believe the minimum standards for abandonment have been satisfied.
Is that your motion?
I was just going to make a real quick statement beforehand. I would like to approve the abandonment, and I don't see a huge material effect except to the Turners. And if the deal with the easements with the power company, if we could have made that part of a motion, so I don't think that would have been there. So it just comes down to whether the effect to one property owner, and I'm taking from what Commissioner Tolbert has said, would prevent the use of the barn. If that's what all it takes for material damage, then I'm going to vote to deny the abandonment. But I don't think there's more than just to his property, their property.
Just one quick aside. Being as this is a second meeting in a row where we're dealing with premature actions before code, et cetera, of course, Mr. Turner, you're going to not do anything till you make sure the county's okay with whatever you do, right? Okay, good. Very good.
Motion? Okay.
If no one else wants to do it, I will.
That's what he gave me.
I think it's right up there.
Is it there?
Yeah, you can read it.
Oh.
If you want to. Which one ever you
Well, I got to change glasses.
Okay.
Yeah, it's up there. I just have it scanned wide for the map, so I got to get it back. There we go. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Chair, I move that we deny application DP 25-007-4 because the public will be materially injured by the proposed vacation of the right-of-way.
No second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Rice to deny application DP 25-0074 because the public will be materially injured by the proposed vacation of the right-of-way. Sensing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. The application is denied. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your indulgence, and we will. Okay, so now we're going to go into
Commissioner Tarkanian told me he has no comments for the next agenda item.
Okay. For possible action, or no, I'm sorry, item 13, presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and/or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or any other meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Ms. Hales.
I'll pass in light of snow.
I have no update.
None here either. Mr. Rice, any updates you want to give us?
Just the fact that I attended a LTVA meeting, a TVA meeting, a sewer authority meeting, and by the way, the office manager, Paula, who has been there since the inception, has retired, and she did a magnificent job, and that's all I have.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll go to closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. Is there any public comment?
Jim Jackson, I don't think you realize the firestorm you just opened up. The property to the north, that's understandable what conclusion you came up to. But the one to the east is what started all this. And the infighting that has gone on in that neighborhood is unbelievable. It backs right up to my property. They'll be back. I guarantee it. They will be back. They want the county to fix it and give them everything. So be prepared.
Thank you.
A question. This neighborhood is unbelievable. It backs right up to my property. At one of the meetings, I had mentioned who works for who. And I heard it again today on the Planning Commission, on when they present something to you. It comes across almost as an endorsement, like you've never heard of it before. The movie theater, I'm kind of centering in on that one because Painted Rock is kind of in the background, but it's coming forward again. When they made that presentation, the enthusiasm that was coming out of the individual making that presentation about buying the property and doing all this was unbelievable on how great a deal this would be. I think you got a real turkey on this deal because it's never going to be self-sustaining. Not with the plans that they're cooking up and what they want to do in it. They want to have all the arts displayed. They want to have this performing arts. How many times a week can you have a theater presentation? At the most, 3. You're not going to make enough money off of that to pay for it and everything. So when they were saying that they need to back off on when they recommend something, that it's not, I don't know how you want to say it, but they almost over-recommend it and sell it to you when maybe you shouldn't have bought it. And the question when I was asking about this money for all this property that you're going to sell, where is that going to go? I've seen how money gets tucked away in different areas, or all of a sudden they'll say, well, why don't we buy this and then we'll turn it over to them? So not that we don't trust you, but we don't trust you. And I just want to make sure that the Performing Arts Center, good idea. I'm not against having that. I'm against what it's developing into, a community center. It's not a community center. You've got one down here, a very good one, very well spent. But I can see them coming in and wanting a bond issue, all these different things to make this thing happen because it's going to cost them far more. And believe me, from my experience of 35 years in the entertainment industry, you're not going to redevelop that into a performing arts center with the stages without at least $20 to $25 million. Can you afford that? No chance. You got roads you need to build, especially East Valley. It is getting terrible. I'm going to have my car realigned because of the rattles up there. But anyway, watch out for that because they're going to come after you for the money. and that money is our money. Don't forget that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? If not, do we have public comment online?
Yes, Mr. Slade, please unmute yourself. Your time starts after you state your name for the record.
Can you hear me now? No.
Yes, we can.
You can? Okay, thank you. Jim Slade, I was glad to hear that staff's claim that they have unbiased decision-making when looking at the required findings for all the projects that come before them. I would have to say that certainly at times that claim strains credulity, including on an issue last week before the Planning Commission. Mr. Tolbert said that he hears all the time that Douglas County is not friendly to developers. Perhaps that's because he knows so many developers because he used to work for Syncon Homes. I don't know. What I hear all the time is that we're overly friendly to developers. All you have to do is look at the Park Ranch proposal that Rice, Walsh, and Penzel approved a few years ago to see how generous they were in the $100 million giveaway to the Park family, and all you get now is lawsuits left, right, and center. Why aren't developers willing to come here to build affordable, attainable homes? Well, I'm sure there's a lot of reasons for that, including their profit motives, but I think it's also because you don't make them when you have an opportunity. When you approve a development agreement or a master plan amendment, you need to, put that in writing as part of the negotiations. Many, many times I have heard just before a vote on a development, one commissioner ask, will any of these units be attainable, affordable housing? And the answer is always the same. No, they will be market rate. And that's because you didn't ask early enough. The solution, of course, is not to flood the county with more homes and hope that the prices all go down. That's not a good solution and probably wouldn't work anyhow, not if they're building market rate housing. I think what Mr. Tolbert was likely referring to was Virginia Ranch. Why did it take 20 years? That's a good question. Certainly part of it's the Great Recession, which lasted 6 or 7 years, and COVID. But he wondered where the developments were for the next 20 years. Well, they're already approved. That's where they are. There's 7,000 homes that are approved that haven't been built yet. And my recommendation to you is that you don't approve any new developments, certainly no master plan amendments, until the number of homes remaining to be built, approved but not built, is under 2,500. And that'll get you a long ways towards that 20 years that Mr. Tolbert was concerned about. Then you can start to look where the next steps are. But, I think we're often too overly friendly to develop.
Thank you, Mr. Slade.
We do have one more public comment. Mr. Schimmers, if you will please state your name for the record, and we will start your time as soon as you unmute yourself.
Testing, 1, 2, testing. Can you hear me okay? Check. 1, 2, testing, 1,
Yes,
2.
we got you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Well, my nervous system shot after listening to these opening public comments and watching this board that's management of resources in this county. We had us a meeting at the CC Manila yesterday, listening to these schools having to consolidate and downsize, losing students and claiming that the county's shrinking, that the intelligence of the county's shrinking, but the unbridled commercialism is just ever expanding. We got people like Jackson over there and all these old folks that don't think there should be funding for the art. They'll fund that JLEC campus. They'll throw 50 to 60 million unquestioned dollars at a police state rather than fund the arts in their own schools. And according to this here article I'm looking at, one of the many articles, July 7th, Record Courier, District Manager Susan Estes warning all y'alls school's going to be in a $4 million hole. You knew about that, but you chose to vote otherwise.
Is this one of his aliases? Because this isn't who I
Here,
think.
the district had, excuse me, I don't need to be interrupted by some, I want my time restored there.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. You want to continue?
Coming in. And I will continue on. I have 3 minutes.
Have a
and my
nice
name
day.
is
Turn
Billy
him off.
Shimmers. The final decision
Turn him off.
to consolidate our schools with a budget deficit that could rise to $6.9 million by 2027 at the expense of your police state. 166 students out of you got declining enrollment.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. We appreciate your comments. Once again, okay, is there any additional public comment online?
Next.
Thank you. So I would once again remind the public, I thought I did so at the beginning of this item, but things that are within the jurisdiction of this Board of Commissioners, the judicial system and the sheriff's office and the school district are not within this jurisdiction. So we can't dedicate any money whatsoever to the school district. Thank you. With that, the meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.